Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Mic test. 1, 2, and 3. Your host, Samurai Kit Kat, is back, ready to do the things. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet. And so far down. Uzi! What's going on, Uzi? You magnificent person, you. Uzi. Oh, yes. Working on the arts. The stuff and the things. Uzi says, I'm doing alright. What about you? I say I'm doing just the same. I am doing alright as well. Fighting Mother Nature, fighting the elements of allergies, staying nice and cozy on the inside with my coffee, and doing some art. Not too bad. Uzi says, I was just playing Hollow Knight. Well, that's a cool one. I haven't actually played Hollow Knight myself. I know it's good. I've seen plenty of gameplay. I just personally haven't played it myself. Yes. Some nice warm coffee on the back of a sore throat. Feels fantastic. Now, as you see, we have done a little bit on our stream. We learned a lot. I taught a lot. I think I actually did a great service of teaching people how to do a structured, layered sketch. Just as a review, we'll go ahead and turn these all off real quick here. If I can, probably can't. There we go. There's that. Boop. And there's that. Boop. All right, so we started off with this, right? We started off with a wireframe. We were just getting ideas on a static dynamic pose. We talked about static dynamic posing. It's not quite dynamic, and it's not quite static. So that's why I termed it static dynamic. It's not just sitting there with arms out looking like the Leonardo da Vinci, the man with a circle, you know what I'm talking about there. And nor is it like some crazy finger action stuff, punching, kicking, and all sorts of things. It's not that either. Somewhere nice and neat in the middle. So this is what the dynamic static pose came from. And then we compounded on that. We did details. Yes, we did details. We got ourselves our personal perspective. We got our 3/4 view. We're staring off into the distance over here. We did our cylinder work. Cylinders are very important. We did our joints and circles and did a very basic outline of like where everything should probably be. And then we left off the stream in this current form, which is refinement. We basically did a nice rough outline of the entirety of our character. This is what it would look like without any of the guidelines. And so basically how we got to that step is we started here. We finished it and went down to 20% opacity. Then we created a whole new layer on top of that. A lot of work here on this one. A lot of work. Then after that, we jumped this to 20% opacity. And then the one underneath it, we went to 10. Because again, as we layer up, we want to get rid of those guidelines because we no longer need them. Uzi says the sketch reminds me of FNAF. Yes. I think I talked about kind of like the wireframe. I didn't really mention like it's like a robot or anything like that, but it's really the same thing. When you do blueprints for robots and things like that, you most certainly figure out where all of your parts go. So we are all robots. We are all automatrons in some way, shape, or form. And so after that, we then went over it with this, made everything cleaner, made it look nice, got rid of a lot of the nonsense, the noise. And so that's where we left off. Now, this is essentially where now we are going to get into actual details. We are going to get into, I'm probably going to say we're going to get into our final rough draft of our blue line work. And this is where we're going to add Kitsukai's actual, fur and likeness and everything like that. Luckily, we are so good at art that we made our own references. So I don't have to look at other pictures. I just have to scroll up a little bit and verify that things are starting to look the same. Now, granted, this is the first time we've ever done a full body of Kitsukai. So we're going to have to come up with a whole new tail, how the hands and stuff are going to look, put some claws at the end of these little pit pats. You know, we're not. I don't think we're gonna. I don't know. Since this is a quote unquote nude sketch of Kitsukai, I might have to actually make some toes here. I'm not sure yet because obviously we're gonna do a clothed version of this. And I explained this last stream, which is as you see here, like all this muscle detail. I really don't need all this because Kitsukai is gonna be clothed like 100% of the time. So. We just needed ideas. We just needed that, like when fursuiters make fursuits, right? They make like a duct tape dummy of themselves to make sure that their measurements are right. Same process here. We're basically making a duct tape dummy for our fursuit. Good stuff. So I'm gonna drink some coffee and get started. Tasty, tasty. All right. So since we are dealing with a new layer, because we're gonna add a new layer. And this one should go to 5%. And really, when we're at the 5% mark, we might as well just delete it. So we'll just go ahead and delete that first layer. I know, deleting work, it's so crazy, so crazy. So now we're at 20% with this one. We drop it down to 10%. And then this layer here, we go down to 20. We have to deal with very low opacities when we are doing our overlay sketches, when we are drawing on top of things. We want it to be there. Essentially, we want it to be a ghost, and then, our lines look crisp, and we can obviously differentiate this. Yeah, this is way different than what's in the background. Even like just as an example, if we went to 50%, right? So that's 50%. We could still make it work, but as you notice, there's not a whole lot of differentiation between these lines and stuff. And if we want to add new things or alter stuff, really we're not doing that very much. And again, this is just how I personally do things. And I think a lot of artists would agree with me that the lighter that you can make your original sketches, the better off you are. So 20% I think is a baseline for the layer directly underneath the one that you're actually working on. So 100%, 20%, and then start cutting it in half if you decide to keep any of your others. So 20, 10, 5, and then you should be deleting whatever's underneath that as far as your rough sketches. So now we are going to be utilizing this reference, our own reference. How about that? And we're going to give Kitsukai, our first baseline here. Now, granted, doing this full body like this, we're not going to be as detailed as if we're doing something this close. So we might lose some details, but that's fine, because we're looking at the overall body, not just one part of the body. And that being said, we can actually, let's go ahead and, which head do we want to use? This head right here. We're going to select that layer, and we're going to drop him down a little bit. And that way I don't have to actually scroll up all the time. I can just zoom in here and just kind of go from there. So, Kitsukai has a sloped triangle for a snoot. And therefore, starting where the head is, where we want it to be, we're just going to do another sloped triangle for the snoot. There you go. And of course, as with anything with digital art, we can move that line however we want. Right? Move it however we want. There we go. And again, this isn't going to be as detailed as what we see over here. We just want, my favorite word, representation. That's all we need, just some representation. We're not looking for like high quality artistic illustration work. We're just looking for The basics of understanding the anatomy of Kitsukai. Kitsukai, yes, yes, yes. And then we have the eyebrow, so that would be right up there. Eyebrow line. And then we just go a little short distance, a little something like that, and draw another eyebrow. Yes. Yes. It's so nice. It's so very nice. And then we got this little schnoots. Just a little bump of schnoots. Again, we're just trying to get some idea. I don't have to do that much. I don't think that's that much of a bump. Yeah, that's not that far. So we'll probably zoom in a little bit here. There you go. That's good enough. And then, so let's see. He's got mostly like a smile, which of course is the whole idea here. So he's got a whole smile, a nice upward curve, no stopping. So this technically would be wrong. That would be wrong. This would be more right. Yes. And then that bottom, and then we can alter the size of this, because this I think might be a little, a little too, what's the word I'm looking, I don't think thick is the word I'm looking for. I just think a little too deep. Something more like this. Again, this is still rough draft. Everything's subject to change. Everything's subject to change. And then as far as his lower jaw, of course, we got some space between here and there. And then it's just a nice little wave, little woo woo. Little wave. Now, here's a secret. Here's a secret. Now, if you don't want a freehand like I'm doing, and you have your reference, and it's your own artwork, just go ahead and trace it. Just go ahead and trace it. I mean, how could anybody be mad at you for tracing your own artwork? And then, since we're working with a 3/4 view, this doesn't really need a whole lot of alteration. We just drag that line over here, flip it around, so there's the mirror image over here on the side. Just flip it around, and then size it how it would need to be. Maybe somewhere around there, something like that. Now, this sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. It just really depends on how well this line matches up, because technically, this right here is not the same perspective as what we're doing here. Technically not the same perspective, but it gives us a good idea, and then we can just come around and fix it from there. So I like freehanding things. This is my thing, but I just want to kind of give an example of things you can do with your own artwork that maybe you just don't realize that you can do. There we go. Just a little wavy line, just like that. There we go. And then as far as the bottom is concerned, we just have a little bit of floof going on. Now, this is also, since it is a different perspective, we also have to think about muscle connection points, tissue, stuff like that. So like, as an example, a lot of people, when they draw a person's head, they draw the chin out like this, right? And then here's like your lips, and then your nose. So, and then you'll have your ear somewhere right around here, right? Something like that. So this is what people like do. And then there's your jawline. So, however, this isn't really how the human neck is supposed to be. The human neck, and this might take some time of studying yourself in the mirror. There's actually an attachment point right like this. And it goes right underneath the chin. And then your neck has like a muscle line here. And then if you're a male or have male-like features, you have an Adam's apple. And then the back of your skull, and then you actually have a crease in the back of your neck and it does something like this. And so there you go. That's that's kind of how a neck from a side profile should look on a human. Not straight down. You need to have. This is basically where your tongue sits. And so there is a word for this area of the neck. I can't tell you what it is. I'm not that great at anatomy. I just know that a lot of people draw a straight line, and that's not correct. You need to have an angle. And so we need to translate that over to Kitsukai. And so he should have an angle probably pretty far back comparatively. Granted, a lot of this is going to be covered by fur. But in order for me to make sure that my my muscle structure and stuff like that is good, we have to kind of do something like this. That being said, of course, it looks really funny because really I'm making Kitsukai like he has mange. He has no fur. No fur. He's a naked little foxy. Oh goodness me. And but nonetheless, this helps with attachment points. So we're gonna do it regardless. And so let's take a good look at his ears, because I made his ears intentionally a little larger than normal. Okay, nice, good triangles, loose triangles. So let's go and finish this cranium. There we go. Good stuff. Just following those lines. Just follow the lines that you already made. And it's okay if you go a little outside of them, and you can redo that line as many times as you want. Sometimes it takes a little while to find that perfect line that you're like, oh, yes, that's the line I'm looking for. And as I also said, don't be afraid to tilt your picture, because sometimes you just, the way that I have my tablet situated, it's sometimes difficult to get like that full swoop that I'm looking for, right? Needless to say, I'm being very picky. Oh, there we go. That's okay. Now we're gonna still have to come in and give him a little bit of a cheek. A little bit of a cheek there. There you go. And now, as far as forehead goes, he's got a shallow forehead, so this actually still works. This still works. And then now we're gonna work on his ears. And I kind of like the positioning of his ears right here, kind of a little cocked off there, and then and off to the side there. So let's just repeat that. Just got one like right out here. There we go. And like I said, we're not really looking for too many details. We're just mapping everything out. We're just mapping it out. We got a roadmap. We have a roadmap to follow. Nice little angles. Very angular ears. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. He's just a happy little boy. He's so happy. Happy little foos. I know I'm having too much fun today. And rest of the body is pretty much made. We are going to go over the tail. And make a fur tail. And let's see here. So this means that if we want to keep that angle, something like this. And I believe, yes. So it's thick and goes short. So therefore, thick, short. Thick, short. Or tapered off, if you will. Tapered off. And then we're going to get the basic eye design. So let's just get used to that again. We'll see if we can translate that. Now, obviously, I'm not like the best at doing one of these from this angle. So I'm just going to go ahead and That looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Yes. Take that. Flip it. Size it down. Ooh, not that far. And just kind of figure, I'm going to have to play with this a little bit. Alright, so it looks like it goes down his snoot a little bit here. Probably right about there. If I'm guessing correctly. Uzi says, is there a thing as too much fun? You know, I don't know. It depends on what the outcome is. Are you just fatigued and you need some sleep because you had too much fun? Or are you spending yourself in jail or, you know, other places if you're having too much fun? I don't know. Definitely a personal perspective on that one. I believe as far as physical fatigue, yes, you can have a little too much fun. But as far as anything else, mostly if we're dealing with art, then probably not. Can never have too much fun with art. Now we're trying to squish this down a little bit. Okay, his eyeball's very close. Okay, so there we go. That's good. That's good. Again, this is very fine details. Things that, again, we're going to lose this. The bigger and the more that you pay attention to the whole, the less detail you're going to get. Now, granted, this is just keeping things simple, right? You can, of course, achieve this here, most certainly, and we might accidentally do that. And I definitely say accident because my intention is just to have a nice, simple drawing. But hey, sometimes that doesn't work out, and we just go crazy. We just go crazy. All right, nice little face mask. Make sure we do like the teardrops. Yes, okay. So we got a teardrop here. And I mean this and then this common trend of things too also translates into many animes. When we watch an anime, you know, like One Piece, it doesn't even matter what anime you watch. When a character is zoomed out at any distance, you start to lose details and features because it's too much effort. Let's just be real. It's too much effort. We're supposed to enjoy art. And when you go into such depth and detail on something that you don't mean for it to be that much detail, you start wrapping your head around things that eventually you just start not liking it, and it starts stressing you out. So just make it representative. And Uzi, I'm sure you can say, yeah, that looks like Kitsukai. That looks like Kitsukai. And that's really all that matters. Like if someone drew Luffy, right? You know, just drew Luffy at a distance. And people, I mean, even already, like, you know, just a happy smiley. That's Luffy. It's Luffy. But that's just the thing. Like, it just has to be representative of. All right. Looking good, looking good. Get those eyebrow details in there a little bit. I mean, I really don't have to worry about this just yet. I just need to make sure I have my cutoff points. Like this right here, really this is a lot of detail. It is. It's a lot of detail. We probably won't go that far. We might do the whiskers like that, and then that's pretty much it. Maybe. It's all maybe. Yeah, see, that's Luffy, all right. Yeah, exactly. That's Luffy, all right. Now we got the moustache. Yes, the distinguished moustache. Let's see here. We can do a little thinner. I think it's not that thick. Yeah, it's not that thick. Kind of just feeling it out, you know, seeing where we're about. That's pretty good. We'll tighten it up with, but we can't forget about AI Goku. No, we can't forget about AI Goku. We have tainted ourselves. We have tainted the streaming industry with the AI Goku, but that is okay. That is okay. Like I said, we can learn a lot from AI. I believe AI is a useful tool, especially for beginners or people who want to explore art. AI has its own style, and there's nothing wrong with learning things so long as you, like I said, there's the etiquette. I think AI requires etiquette like most other things. But, you know, I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I would say, like, I know a lot of people's fear, of which I guess you could say includes myself, which would be like, you know, what kind of art careers are left, and do artists truly have, you know, I guess you could say work anymore? Will people actually pay for real artists? And I think people might, as most, get a little overbearing with it and just be like, oh, now there's no more art jobs. AI can only create if humans created before it. Now, granted, AI, of course, can create a pretty much infinitesimal amount of things, but at the same time, it has no soul. It's just like any other thing. Like, you know, when we, anything that's computer generated, like a video game. Like, video games are the perfect example. We know that when someone put effort, when development teams put in the effort in a video game, we can tell because it has a soul. It had humans working on it. And no matter how much the machines wish to emulate humanity, they never really will. And so therefore, you know, it's not a, I don't think AI is going to be a complete replacement, especially for industries, or I would say for companies and corporations that truly value the human touch. I still think there's a tremendous amount of value in that, and I don't believe artists are really out of it. You're pretty much giving the greasy companies something to work with instead of messing with real people. Let them go mess with AI. Go let them mess with AI. I have no problem with that. All right, so we got some basicness going on here. Remember that side fur is very tight. Very tight. There we go. Very tight. Do 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 do. And then we have a slight outcropping here. And then that fur starts at the bottom jaw and then goes out this way. There we are. Very nice. Very nice. And then now we can just add a little bit of fur. That means, so anytime that you add fur to anything, even if the fur is sleek, you either want to go back over and create the smallest gap over essentially the skin, and then of course you want to also figure out how much fur do you want coming off the skin. So this right here is the skin. That's why he looks like he's been shaven from here down. So we need to help him out here a little bit and provide some fur. And if we look at the fur, the back of his head is pretty sleek. We have one little tuft like this, but translating that here is not necessary. So we'll just come off of the skin a little bit, giving some depth, some width. And then let's go ahead and follow this line here. There we go. Just some little little nudges of fur. Just little nudges of fur. Little zigzags. Just things that, little lines, little line work. That's all you need to do. And then we can go ahead and erase this. And if we want him to have a little extra fluff, it doesn't, how I portray this, he's very sleek. He's a very sleek boy. So we don't really need to detract away from this line too much. And I might undo this, but I'm just curious. And so we have a line that basically comes around here like this. So let's, and then there we go. And so that's the underfur. And then of course he has a line that's about midway, right about there. Yeah, very nice. Very nice, very nice. I say that's a pretty good representation of Kitsukai. Now, the way that I've drawn him, if we look at how he's standing and his general like head rotation and stuff like that, if we're not satisfied, just give it a little tilt, move it around. This is where we're really going to get into those details of making sure that things look like how they should. And we're going to probably do a lot of fine adjustments like this. Earlier in the stream, we actually had an adjustment. If you look here, you can kind of see the shadows of it. See, I made my fingers really far out, and then my thumb was all the way back here. And I think Ebony, new follower, Ebony came out, and I asked Ebony, I said, does this look right to you from the distance? And they said that, well, it looks pretty, no, it doesn't look right. And all we had to do was take these fingers and squish them in a little bit, take a step back, and then say, does that look right? And then Ebony was like, yes, that looks great. And the lesson here was that the human brain is actually trained to recognize oddities in anatomy, especially in the face. A lot of the times, if people can just take a step back with their artwork and just look at it and be like, you know what, that doesn't seem right. And it's good to do this as you're going piece by piece like we are. Because if you start drawing this whole thing and you don't take a step back and look, you probably will see a lot of things wrong. And it might seem too daunting for you to actually go back and redo those things because you feel like it's going to be too much work lost, or you're spending more time even though you spent like hours and hours already just doing this. Yeah, so, I understand. I've been there, done that. Sometimes I still do it. So take a step back after you do a major section, such as doing a whole arm, a hand. Hands and feet are major sections in themselves. Arms, hands, body, leg, knees. Knees are a big one. Calf and feet. Those are your major, and of course your head and neck. But these major sections, I just made the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Those major sections there all need to be looked at before moving on to the next section. And just take a step back. That's all you gotta do. Just take a step back. So now, fun stuff. We are now getting into things that have not existed for Kitsukai yet. Have not existed, which is the whole body. And so now, when it comes to furries, from what I understand, now this is just my general knowledge too of creating fur in general. A lot of fur, whenever you have a roll point like this, and I'll go ahead and map them out. So a roll point, this is a change point. Then we have a roll point, roll point, roll point, roll point. So what are all these rolls? As you see, lasting babysitter. We know what to do with those. Ban. We know what to do with those. Just go ahead and ban. Roll points. So fur, when it comes off of something, fur typically, hair in general, hair follicles in general are, despite how soft they can be, are stiff. I mean, dogs, cats, it doesn't matter what animal. These points on these animals, the fur doesn't quite lay down flat. Uzi says SMH, but if it said free candy, well, you know, and it depends. I mean, I'm not satisfied with just free candy. I need to know what kind of candy it is. And depending on what kind of candy it is, we might have a deal. We might. But yes, fur tends to hang off of these ends, and so therefore you will have these tufts of fur to simulate that. And then I said one point was different, right? Change point. A change point also happens on animals. So if you look at a dog's leg, this is going to be very basic dog's leg. All right, and there's the elbow, and then his little pit pats. Little pit pat. Look at the little pit. No, little doggy pit pats. It's so cute. Yeah, it's little doggy pit pats. There you go. Okay, so dog fur goes down like this, right? Okay. However, there are some areas, like here, on the elbows, where dog fur doesn't actually continue to go down. Sometimes it goes up. And these are basically like a colic, like when you get bedhead or something like that, and you got, your hair is just going on all crazy directions, whatever, because you slept wrong, and you're just like, oh, God, I gotta wake up for work now. Oh, Jesus. But the same happens on animals. So you'll have tufts of fur actually going in the opposite direction than where the fur is actually going down. So those are what I call change points. And they're mostly on just elbows and stuff like that. So this would actually have tufts going this way. This would have a tuft going right about there. You get the point. So let's go ahead and outline Kitsukai with all of the tufts. I don't think I'm going to do too many. And as you see here, I'm also staying off of the skin. We're adding fur. Fur is not completely skin tight, even though he's a sleek boy. But here we go. Nice, nice, easy tufts of skin or tufts of fur. Let's add some fur there. This fur is going to be pretty much skin tight just because of where it's located. Human-wise, you could have tufts around the top area of the wrist, because as the wrist bends, that hair will come off. So you can show a tuft right there if you want to. Nothing crazy. Give him a claw, because he will have claws. Absolutely will have claws. Absolutely will have claws. You can do little tuft marks on the excuse me, Little tough marks on the knuckles. That's fine. Just little tough marks there. Nothing crazy. These fingers are pretty much perfect, so I'm not having to change any of them. This is also to credence as to why you should save all of your line work as much as possible while you're doing your overtures, because sometimes you just do shit right to begin with, and you don't need to do that extra work. You just need to just outline it. There you go. Nice relaxed hand. And then we're just going to keep working on this right side of the body. So as far as here, I don't really see too much of a necessity. I might do a little tuft right about there, just because it's the hip area and it is jutting a little bit. And then the pectoral could probably be fine. And then we'll do like a simulated fur like pec line maybe. Hard to figure that out. And this is something new too. So like I said, he has an underfur, right? A light underfur. So there is clearly a distinction line. And now we have to decide, how do we want to translate that with the body? I think traditionally we're going to do something like this. And then maybe something like this. I'm just thinking right now, because we have never done this before. This is new. New Kitsukai. There we go. Oof. He's quite the looker. Quite the looker. Yeah, sleek boy. Sleek boy. And then as far as like, his arms, I don't know. I know some furries do like, a little bit of, let's see here. So this would continue on. This would be actually under fur. So with this, and then like the hand would be like cut and stuff. I don't know. And we don't actually have from this angle, from this perspective, we don't have enough information to know if his underarm would actually be a different color. Now this one over here, though, we actually would, because he's flipping his arm over, and so this would be the underarm line, or as far as like that different color, right? If we were to do something like that. And I just don't know. This might be where I'd like look at some furry art or furries in general and just kind of see how that is. I think probably looking at Zootopia wouldn't be too bad of an idea, so let's do that. Let's look up. I think Zootopia is a fantastic way to do this, because they pretty much have their animals, their anthropomorphs look like what I'm doing. Let's see if I can find. I mean, I don't know, since they wear clothes too, it's going to be hard for me to find what I'm looking for. But since actually the main, I don't know if you want to say protagonist or anti-hero, antagonist, whatever it may be, he's obviously a fox. Let's take a look here. So, print screen, Zootopia. And we go over into our screenshots. Pull this guy up. There we go. And we're all going to take a nice little look over here. Let me get myself oriented. There we go. There we go. So, whoa. Whoa. He went bye-bye. So if we look around here, so he's got a little bit of under area on the feet, and he only has like, I think his his hands are his hands have a light area, but the rest of him is his normal fur. And then he has the under fur here. Granted, I have no idea what his stomach looks like. I'm sure, I am so sure, there is Rule 34 or artwork, fan art, shall we say, of a shirtless Zootopia fox. I don't remember what his name is. But this is telling me that it's either his stomach, this area here is what's light, or it could be just his neck area. No. Rule 43. The dreaded Rule 43. But yeah. But see, now with Jenny over here, I think that's her name, Jenny. I'm going to assume it's Jenny. Clearly she has her underfur going all the way around, including on her hand here. It's just like a very slight, you can barely tell, but it's there, right? And so we know for a fact that the inside thigh, probably even the back of the legs, I'm not sure exactly how they'll have it, but she definitely has underfur everywhere. But this guy doesn't, from what I can see. So there's that example, which means that this wouldn't have any underfur at all. Judy Hopps, yes. Don't ask how I know. I haven't watched Zootopia in a while. Supposedly Zootopia 2 is coming out soon. Kind of excited. I hope they don't ruin it like they ruin every fucking movie out there these days. But, that's just me. So let's take another example. I just want to type in fox anthropomorph. And luckily my screen is on my research screen is on a completely different display, so if something comes up that shouldn't be shown on Twitch, you're not going to see it. Fox anthro. Let's see if I can find a good example. And this might be a common trend too. Okay, this is actually not too bad. I see. I kind of like that. I will show you, of course. I know I'm like oohing and ahhing over here. But this is the first time that I've actually looked into like colorations from the all way. I like this one a lot. So let me show you. Let me bring back OBS up to see Trap. I'm hyped for Zootopia 2. What do you mean? what do you mean? What do you mean what I mean? I have a separate display that I'm doing my research on. So when I'm looking up pictures and stuff, no one can see anything except for me until I find what I'm looking for. There we go. So, I really like this. And I actually really like this art style too. It's pretty cool. So whoever did this, congrats on you. But obviously the reason why I'm using this is because I want to kind of get an idea of, I think, an acceptable fox coloration. What are you hiding, Clark? None of your damn business. But yeah, I like this coloration. I like this a lot. I like the idea of the darker hands and stuff, so that might be something to incorporate. I also was going to mess with this idea over here, and I still might. We're doing black tips or something like that, or on his head. Again, all this stuff is subject to change, but I like that idea. So what would that be? That would be doing something like this, and then this, and then that's fine because this little line represents that underarm there, and then we have that under there. If we bring that back up, essentially the inner thigh and outside. Yeah, I mean, this coloration is really cool. I like that a lot. And then this also makes me look at a tail a little bit, so I'm seeing how the tails on foxes can kind of be. I already know, like, they're definitely much floof at the end here. So, but we're just kind of working on that whole idea of like how we're going to map out the body. Um, yeah, I like that idea of this just going up like that. Kind of like gloves. It's almost kind of like having gloves. I mean, that's kind of a cool concept. And I forgot to look. So this person stops it right here. This is what I was curious about, of whether the chest stops. So there's some interesting breaks. I mean, they're fine. I just was curious if they start at the armpit, of which they do. So this would start at the armpit. That's fine. This would start at the armpit here, and work its way. I guess it would stop right there. So it'd be something like this, and then we would have maybe since I did an angled cut this way, to translate that over here, we'd have to pretty much do something like this. So maybe we could do like something like that. Be interesting. Very interesting. I also need to keep in mind too. Uzi says, "I like that idea of the gloves, quote unquote," and he already has a mask. Yeah, true that. I don't think the gloves are going to be any like vibrant colors like the mask has, but nonetheless. Now, another thing to keep in mind with this, and to why I'm cautioning myself and cautioning other people, is I don't want to go overboard with designing, because I got to make this fursuit, and so the more fur color types that I add to this, that's more work I'm putting on my plate. One thing with the furry the furry people, the furs, is the tendency, this is my personal opinion, the tendency for them to go way overboard on artwork, as far as designing the fur and stuff like that, because if you plan to make an actual fursuit out of it, it's just so much work that you're putting on yourself. Let me find an example here. Okay, this, I don't know if that's the best example, but this is still plausible, but I'm just going to drive home the point. This is a drive home the point thing, and that is doing fur commissions because apparently they're rich. That's funny. I didn't even notice that until now. Again, turning this into a fursuit, so I'm going to have purples, pinks, dark purples or blacks, transitional colors, purples and blues and teals, whites and grays. I'm going to have to come up with a Pikachu cheek spot. And, I mean, damn, that's a lot of work. That's an intense amount of work. Especially if what you're designing is your actual fursuit. So trying to keep it somewhat simple. I mean, his head is pretty much the most detailed thing, or like the thing that's going to require the most attention. But here we are. So let's continue on. Like I said, we're just going to finish this part here. So if we're going to keep that kind of design, we need to run around like this. Let's see here. It might be a little tighter. Something like, yeah, there we go. There we go. And then I'm just mapping out where I want the fur differences. And so he's going to have like some kind of like boot Okay. All right. So we got that transition there. So some tufts around the groin area, yeah? Remember what we said about change? We have a change of fur here. There we go. Change of fur. Change. Everybody wants a little bit of change. Right. Mapping it out pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Gotta get on in there on them bingies. Oops. A little too much there. There we go. This little lump there. There we go. Very nice. There you go. There you go. There you go. Hey. You'll be looking like a real pirate now. Alright, so now, like I said, I kind of like, in my previous stream, I made a shoe. Mostly because I just wanted to kind of get the foot size right and the angle and stuff. Now, I'm kind of stuck with making an actual, like, toes. Gotta make some toesies. We're gonna try and keep this as simple as possible because there's really not much to do here. We'll see. Are you leaving?
Yep.
All right. Have a good day at work.
Yes.
Love yous.
I love you.
Sending the wife off to work on a Sunday. On a Sunday. All right. So, I kind of mapped out a little bit of the toes, and of course they go in a wave like this. Your big toe sticks out a little bit more, and then you have your other toes. And toes aren't too bad to make. I mean, it just depends on how much, how realistic you want them to be. There we go. So they're not, and don't spend too much time on feet and hands and stuff. You'll go crazy. You'll absolutely go crazy trying to get them right. Let's see here. So we need to start off with those. And then we got the arch. We don't need nothing crazy. We just need to have some representation, and we're good. All right. Now we get to work on the tail. That is the favorite part of the people. We love the tail. Oh, Dewey has loved the tail. So, we drew an idea. We wanted a relaxed tail. And if we bring up that one fox, again, yes. So, they did some multicolor here. I don't know what we're going to do for it. I do agree with the tip color. That's a very popular thing for foxes. But as you see here, it's skinny and then goes fat and then goes to a tip. So we just need to work on portraying that in some way, shape, or form. Again, this is my first time figuring this out. And we also want something that design-wise is pleasing to the eye. We don't want something that's like way too out there or cartoony or anything like that. And since he's a sleek fox, we might, this is supposed to be the tip of the tail. It's not terrible. Not terrible. We can work with that. That's a little better. Slimming it down. I'm just overlooking this. I'm looking at the tail proportion. We have a slim fox build. I think that's pretty alright. Have a tip. Very nice. Very nice. Kitsukai is coming along. Kitsukai is coming along very nicely. So that all being said, I don't need this head here anymore. I can move this back up. Because now I'm going to give myself my most favorite thing, which is artistic freedom. We're just going to go through this. We're going to do a blue pen. So we've been using a mechanical pencil. So if we go to we've been using mechanical pencil this whole time. I love using the mechanical pencil because, again, I come from that traditional artistry, and just seeing how the lines are with the mechanical pencil is very true to how I would work on an actual piece of paper. This is comfort for me. This is very comfortable to use. And then the mapping pen is just so crisp and beautiful that it truly is finalizing the things that you like most, all those hairs and everything. It just, there's nothing better than the mapping pen, in my personal opinion. And the best part about it is that this stuff is not, they're not premium utensils. It all comes with Clip Art Studio and pretty much every art program. So, and that's the thing I like to do. I don't like to go outside of the scope of the standard, because the standard is just fine. Now, do I have custom pens and brushes and stuff? Sure. But really, it's for experimentation. It's not for, like, serious artwork. I haven't used anything that's outside of the standard tools. So anyone that watches this can do this. Like, it's not just do it. Just do it, man. Just do it. All right, so I'm pretty satisfied with this. Obviously, we're going to add fur. We're going to get more details in here. But the plantigrade version of Kitsukai is pretty much, finished. It's good stuff. Let's see. So yeah, we don't need layer 9 anymore. So bye-bye, layer 9. See ya. Layer 10 is fine. We're going to drop it to 10%. And then, you know what we do next, right? We drop it to 20. Go down to 20%, baby. Heck yeah. Yeah. 20%. Go down to size 5. Yeah. Size 5 good. Size 4. I know that size 4 is what we've been using, but size 5 is fine. We'll go up one brush stroke size. A hidden ad, just do it. Is that a coincidence? I think not, says Uzi. My just do it is different than the just do it that you're referencing. All right. So we dropped it down 10%, 20%. We're ready to add our next layer. So this is going to be what I call the final rough draft. So this is really what Kitsukai is going to look like in this, with this full body. We might add some details, like, maybe some stuff coming off of the hands and stuff like that, just to give a little extra flair. Maybe. I don't know. We go crazy on this stream. That's what we do. We go crazy about stuff. But needless to say, this is like every step that you've seen is how I create a character. I start from a wireframe, and then I add some meat to the wireframe, then I add the details, and then we add some clean, rough line art, and then we add clean pen line art for our final rough draft, and then, of course, black line art, which is just the most permanent of all permanent. The permanent of all permanent. All right, so let's add another layer. Adding layers. We're all about the layers. So we got our pen tool. We got the mapping pen. Let's see. Now, do we want to increase the size of this? I'm saying answer is yes, we do. So we're going to take layer 10 and 11, select them both, circle, and then we're just going to increase the size. And now why I'm doing this is because, one, I have more area and more details I can add. But two, I also want to fill as much of this page as possible with Kitsukai, because this is what we're going to be doing, right? We want like a whole page dedicated to Kitsukai and what he looks like. So this looks good. I'm going to center him back up. Hit OK. And we're ready. So deselect those, reselect layer 8, and get back to our pen tool, mapping pen. Yes. Pen, pineapple, apple, pen. Pen, pineapple, apple, pen. And now we're just going to verify tufts of fur up here one more time. Yeah, pretty much just the base of the ears have fur inside of them. So let's get into it. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Such a cute little snow. P-P-A-P. I have a pen. I have an apple. Pineapple pen. Or no, apple pen. My bad. Oh, man. Too much fun. Too much fun. See, we have fun on the stream. We have the fun on the stream, yeah. So much fun. This is a fun channel. I want this to be a fun channel. Will I have grievances? Yes. Will we talk about subjects that possibly are emotionally charged or something? Possibly. Possibly. But that's right. That's right. But I am a huge advocate for freedom of speech, and just do your thing, man. Just do your thing. Have fun. Too much stress in the world. Too much stress in the world. I have a lot of things going on in my life. Everyone has a lot of things going on in their life. And I think one of the biggest things, we just lose ourselves in the sauce, as it were. And I think that if we can just focus on relaxing, I think we'll all be better for it. We'll all be better for it. There we go. That's a good one. Uzi's like, "You're doing it. You're doing the details. You said you weren't going to do it, but you're doing it." I know. What did I say? Might happen. It might happen. But you also have to keep in mind that we made the image bigger. So technically I have more room to do those details. Very nice. I make a cheek? Looks like I did, yes. Yes would be the answer. Just gonna verify where that half circle starts. So pretty much once it hits that curve, okay. So I was pretty much right. Yes. Gotta get just the right zoom so I can make this all in one swoop, because essentially the mask meets the corner of the mouth. There we go. Perfect. I think Kitsukai is coming out very well. Very, very well. Let's see, how do I do that ear? Yeah, that's about right. It's about right. There we go. Perfect. Just drawing just drawing, making art and just drawing. Let's see how we want to do this. That'll work. That'll work. Uzi says, last night I dreamed I was a bottle of ketchup and I was mustard. Which is weird because you're usually mayonnaise in my dreams. Well, Uzi, you're making me blush. Oh my. Wingardium Leviosa. Good way to break the silence. Uzi, you're a fantastic human being. Marvelous in every way. I'm that guy. That's what Uzi says. I'm that guy. Sometimes getting that right zoom can always be a little bit of a challenge too, because you don't want it too far in because you won't be able to complete your lines, and you don't want it too far out because you want that control. Control. You must have control. Oh, Master Yoda, you seek you do. Do or do not. There is no try. So far, so good. Let's see. Uzi says, I don't know if I asked before, but had you heard of Epic the musical? Um, it doesn't. It does not cross my mind. So by all means, Uzi, you give it to me. Let me know. I had to blow my nose there. Whew. Still quite the leaky faucet from allergies, but not as bad. Not as bad. Uzi says, Epic is basically the tale of Odysseus making his way back home. It's about ancient Greek mythology told in musical journey of Odysseus as he struggles to return home after the Trojan War. Now, I have watched Epic as far as, like, I'm not sure, maybe it was Odyssey. Maybe it was Odysseus. I can't remember what the movie was, but, I watched a few movies about Odysseus. I don't believe I have watched an actual musical of it, though. So that would be something I definitely would be interested in watching. For show. Faux show. Did forget one little thing in the hands here. There we go. Uzi says it's an animated musical on YouTube. It's not like a real musical, quote unquote. There's only songs, but you can search up the musical on YouTube, and you can find animations of it put in order to create the full musical. Well, that's pretty cool. So it's like an Easter egg hunt on YouTube. All right. I'll definitely take a gander at some point in time and see if I can. I might, after like doing stream today or something like that, I might go down the YouTube rabbit hole and see if I can find those. Thank you for the suggestion, Uzi. Appreciate you as always. Uzi says, of course, you can just search up Epic the Musical Full, quote unquote, on YouTube and have everything there in order. I must say that since multiple animators made these parts, each song has their own art style that aren't fully animated, but doesn't make the musical less boring. Cool. I like a good collab. Good old collabs. Since the feet are like flat on the ground, we need to make a straight line, and then we need to adjust the foot so that way it fits on the straight line. There we go. Because clearly it is hitting the ground. Erase the line. Oops. There we go. And then we will move all of that back into place. Like so. There we go. Better. Better. And saying that, I'm not sure, but we might have to add a little bit of length to this leg. I think that looks better. Yes, that looks better. Tell you, sometimes just the smallest changes too, will absolutely just give a completely different perspective on things. And of course, we'll angle the feet and stuff, and we'll get more and make sure that the body makes sense how it's standing. I can't tell right now without removing everything that we're doing. So once we're actually done with this rough draft line art, we will go through and start, using the lasso tool and circling sections and moving them around, because it doesn't matter if we break these lines. We can always reconnect them. Not a problem. This is why it's called a rough final draft. It's not the final draft, or, well, I guess, final. It's just a rough final draft. All right, let's work on this other arm. There we go. That's better. That's better. A little aggressive on the fur there. Don't need it that aggressive. Do you think if Kitsuki would have a companion Sorry if I spelled the name wrong. Kitsukai. So all you have to do is add an A in between that last K and I. Kitsukai. A companion. I mean, it's completely possible. Now, as far as like companion, are you talking like a small like talking anthropomorph thing, like a kind of like a comedy relief type of character? Since Kitsukai is very serious, and so then you have an unserious counterpart, and then so you have that, or you could have a female or male, like normal person. So you're talking like a comedy relief small character, possible. Maybe the smallest things, like if I ever develop like a story around Kitsukai, that obviously could be a thing. I know a lot of things, especially when character development is done right. Adding additional characters and things like that definitely add to the main character, because you get to see how they interact with these other companions of them, especially those that, like, there's no way that these two are going to get along, and yet you could never imagine them without each other. And so, yeah, it's completely possible. I haven't thought about it because I've just been so dedicated to the thought process on Kitsukai that, I really want to make sure that we develop him like I want. And so far, so good, in my personal opinion. So far, so good. And once we get a good basis of character, of which, of course, we're going to do this full body here. I want to do a sitting pose next. So how we would sit. There's actually, when I was taking Iaido classes now, what Iaido is, I love Iaido. Iaido is a, like, gentleman's samurai swordsmanship. And Iaido is basically translates into one cut. And so the whole idea is that you start, in most Iaido stances, you start at the sitting position. And when you draw your blade, you make one cut that is so precise and so clean that you end your enemy before you need to do any sort of other combat. And it is such a cool, beautiful martial art that I learned Iaido. Not a whole lot. I self-taught myself, like I do everything in life, because there's so many unique things that I want to learn. There's really not anybody around that can really teach it. So I self-taught myself Iaido, very basic stuff, probably like 3 or 4 stances. And it's calming, it's relaxing. You get to work with a katana. I have an actual battle forged katana. It's sharp as fuck. If I were to do a mistake, I would cut myself. But just the breathing techniques, the way that you hold your sword, everything you do is so perfect. Everything you do, you train to be so perfect that there is nothing that can beat you in drawing your sword. Like someone that already has their sword drawn, you can beat them when you draw your sword. It's crazy. It's absolutely mind-boggling what you can do in Iaido. And it just captivated me. Probably the best swordsmanship martial arts I have ever seen in my life. And obviously I kind of want to translate that with Kitsukai as well, that he is an Iaido grandmaster, or what is the word that they use? Dao or Deo? Any case, the top top master, grandmaster. And so this is why Kitsukai is reserved, not very collected individual. Doesn't say too much. Seems to be very serious, but at the same time calculated and precise. And it's just, just part of that character development. I already have planned to get 3D printed katanas. I want to get a normal katana and then a wazakashi. Samurai usually kept 2 swords on them, and that was the 2 swords that they kept. And so get a 3D printed version that also comes with a sheath. And I'm going to wrap them myself. I'm going to color them myself. I'm going to make it look like an actual katana. And then that way, when I go to furry conventions and things like that, if I go into possible costume contests and so on, I can actually give an Iaido performance as Kitsukai. I think that would be really freaking cool. And so people would actually get to see a real martial art with a furry. Have I seen that before? I don't know. I don't think anybody's actually done that with a furry. I know they have had dance contests and stuff, but actual martial arts in a furry, fursuit, I think that'd be really cool. So, there you go. You learned a little bit more about Kitsukai. Learned a little bit more. But we're almost done now. We pretty much just need to do a tail, and then we need to get rid of all of our guidelines. And once we get rid of the guidelines, we see what our final line draft looks. We're going to draw, as you've seen here, a straight line across and a straight box around our character. And what that basically is going to enable us to do is verify, is the character tilted? Are we on a straight plane? And what things need to be adjusted to make it look like he's actually standing on the ground. Because I have no ground reference, right? I've drawn this thing completely in space. I've drawn this whole thing in space. And so really I don't even know if the stance is actually how someone would actually stand on the ground. So needless to say, that's something we'll have to figure out once we're done here. Clearly I will only do this with full body stuff because the heads, that doesn't really matter. The heads can point in any direction. They can be in any way, shape, or form in the absence in space. But as far as a full body is concerned, we cannot have this unless we do something crazy, loopy with Kitsukai here. But since he's static, he's in a dynamic static pose. We have to make sure that this pose is somewhat believable. And Uzi says, honestly, sorry, you said something before that. I find everything you said really cool. Honestly, I would love to see that. I would too. I mean, I would like to get back into Iaido, and get around to doing that again. There's a lot of things in these last 5 years, that I've been out of touch with, and art is one of them. I'm just now getting back into it after some months of not being doing anything art-wise. And, a lot of things in my personal life have been put on hold until something changes that allows me to go back to a sense of normalcy. And like I said, a lot of people deal with this, I think, more than what they need to. I think our generation, I'm a millennial. I know. Oh, self-report. I'm a millennial. Oh, shit. I'm a millennial. Even Generation X, which would be my parents and stuff like that, down to Gen Z and Alpha now. I mean, we are a pretty cooked generation, and I think just in general, the human populace at large, no matter where you are in the world, is just doing too much. It would be nice to see people slow down and just take a step back and realize, you know what? We're doing just a little too much. There's no chill factor, man. There's no chill factor. And it's a shame. It really is. It's a shame. But we're not going to try and get too depressive today. We're just, like I said, we're just chill. I'm chill about everything. I try to be anyways. Except for when I play video games. If you've watched any of my Monster Hunter stuff, I can get quite frustrated, and I can be quite colorful with my vocabulary. It just is what it is. But here's the weird part about having frustration with video games, especially video games that I like, it is an outlet to let that anger go and to let that buildup of anger inside you have a ventilation shaft that isn't pointed towards people that you care about or love or towards things that you don't really want that anger to be towards. So if I yell and curse at a video game, who cares? No one gives a shit. No one cares. But, in saying all that, it's just everyone needs an outlet. Everyone needs to be able to voice their frustrations and their pains and angers. And people need to listen. People need to listen. I'm still not sold on how I want to shape this yet, so this is why I'm like just kind of hemming and hawing and pondering about these things and um, what I would like to do here. That's a good idea. I don't know if I'm sold on that. Don't know if I'm quite sold on that. Okay, so that's pretty close, but I'm working this a little bit more. It's amazing what a little few lines will do. Just a few little lines. Lines, lines, show me sweet little lines. Overall, I think we did damn good. So, like I said, I think this is a great final draft. We just need to add a few more things that I'm noticing here, which is some of these inner fur outlines. There we go. Yes. And I am going to go ahead and attempt to do some tips just to see how they look, because I know that's a Fox thing. Like I said, none of this stuff is final. This is all character development. Even if we don't put tips on the ears on, and go back through and redo these ears and stuff like that, that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It just means that any forward iterations that we make of Kitsukai, we either add tips or we don't. It's easy. All part of character customization. But yeah, I really like this character. I think Kitsukai is coming together nicely. I think he's very unique. Uzi says, I'm thinking about what you were saying about how life changes and you need to stop some things, which kind of makes me want to do a lot. I always want to do multiple things, yet I get stressed that I shut down and do nothing. Yeah. and that's the thing is like, life lesson and philosophy lesson here. So when things are getting too stressful, and this is like I kind of just talked about it with my artwork, right? Where you need to take that step back and look at the big picture and alter some of the little things so that way the entirety of this artwork looks the way you want it to look. The same aspects happen in life too, where you need to step back and think about your priorities and be like, you know what? I really don't need this right now. Or I need to change this so that way I can achieve this goal here, or whatever it may be. And whatever you do decide, everything you need to decide needs to be for your benefit. And sometimes sacrificing a little bit of something here and there, especially to make someone else feel better, if it in the long run makes you feel better, those types of sacrifices are okay. Especially when it comes to loved ones and family members and pretty much anybody that you just care about. But needless to say, personally, and this may be viewed as a very selfish thing, but to be honest, a lot of people need to be a little bit more selfish. And when I say this, it's not meant to be as a negative thing, it's to be a positive. Just like the best saying I could say here is you need to love yourself. You need to love yourself. Dude, I fucking love the shit out of myself. I really do. And that allows me the freedom to be able to understand when I am getting the bad end of a deal. It lets me know that my self-worth, and especially when I deal with like jobs and corporate America and stuff like that, I don't let them take advantage of me because I know that I'm worth more than just being a number, a statistic, just something. I already have a social security number. I don't need more numbers in my life. I need to be a person. I need to be me. And so giving up my life to a corporation or a company or something like that, just not part of my thing. I've been given a second chance at life from 5 years ago, and I don't plan to squander that. And so therefore, having a lot of self-love and self-care helps you not only realize just your own worth in life, but also that allows you to be able to put that effort and the extra energy that you have to love someone else or love something else or to do something and have passion and everything. Everything gets better once you can get into that phase of loving yourself. And because, as the saying goes, if you can't love yourself, you can't love anybody else. And really, it can be, you can switch that name, that word, anybody, to anything. If you can't love yourself, you can't love anything else. Because you're going to be so down in the shitter. You're going to be so put down by your own thoughts. And I'm a victim of this. Everyone's a victim of this, I firmly believe. We put ourselves down so far that it almost feels impossible to climb up and out. And we just need to stop beating ourselves up. And I know it's easy to point the finger at a lot of things, but in the truth, the grand scheme of things, it's us. It's ourselves. It's our choices in life. We could be anything we want, and the only thing stopping us, stopping you, is yourself. And so once you can get past those hurdles and just enjoy life, because another thing I tell people, is especially for folks that think about unlifing, and stuff like that. I said the biggest middle finger, the biggest middle finger you can give this world is surviving. The world is not here to cater to you. The world is not here to make you feel better. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The world is hardcore. It's hard to do. It's hard to make it. It's hard to survive. And it's never going to get any easier. And so therefore, your middle finger to this world is by keep going and never stopping. And honestly, it makes me chuckle and laugh and feel good because I'm imagining the world just being so pissed off, like, damn it, why won't you just fail? Why won't you just stay down? I'm kicking you down and you're coming back up. You asshole, you piece of shit. Why don't you just stay down? I refuse. I refuse to do that because it makes the world mad, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful to make the world mad. So, Uzi says, honestly, hearing that makes me realize more and more that I sacrifice a lot of my time for my girlfriend. She tells me to go and do things I want to pursue, yet I hold myself back. I have a fear that if I don't give people what they want, they will slowly leave. That if I don't give my time to her, she'll eventually leave. It's been like that for me. And it's not just for her, but it's more difficult for her to give myself time for myself. I understand. I really do. I'm right there with you, man. It's difficult because, especially when you have time investment. It's not even a money factor. It's time. I mean, I don't know how long you've been with your girlfriend, but just imagine, even 1 year, 1 full year, and just imagine if that goes away. That just fucking rails you, man. It just hurts. It hurts so bad, and especially when you don't end it on good terms. And even when you do end it on good terms, it's just not the same, and it never will be the same. And I think the most toxic things that people do is get into an on-off relationship, and it's not right. And it's never going to be the same again. You only get the one chance. In my personal opinion, you only get the one chance to make it right. But to your point, it's that point in itself. You feel like you only have one chance, of which, in my personal opinion, you do. And so you do a lot of things that you wouldn't do for anybody else. And it's stressful because you're afraid that it's going to fail. And I'm going to tell you, I've been with a lot of women. A lot. Some as far as like a one-night stand, all the way to relationships that I had for a couple of years, and then they just end. I had a fiance at one point in time. I was with her for almost 4 years, and she just left me. No reason. Never gave me a reason. That was emotional scarring that it took a very special woman, of which of course is my current wife, a very special woman to break that mentality of me and to allow me to love myself again and to pour my love into her. Not to be sexualized in any way, no sexual pun intended. But the soul and the binding of the soul, and actually feel what true love feels like. I wouldn't trade my wife for anybody. It's eventually you'll get there, and you're gonna know too, and that could be with your current girlfriend. It could not be with your current girlfriend. Your situation is completely unique to you. But I get it, though. I get that you want to do the best, but here's the thing. Just like if she's been telling you to do stuff for yourself, just go do it. Someone that truly cares about you, and like I've told my wife this, like, hey, I'm going to go for a bike ride. She's like, go have fun, dear. Be safe. I love you. I love you too. See you in a little while. Hey, I'm going to go hang out with friends at the bar. I'm going to go to the bar with my friends. Hey, okay, see you later. Have fun. I'll just be here doing, crochet or whatever. Okay. That freedom to just go and do things and that you have your significant other support, those are the moments that you know that you have the right person in your life. So just, as far as I could say, just hang in there. Take your steps back. Just like with art, just like with everything in life, just take your step back, look at your situation, do something for yourself, be communicative with your significant other, tell them exactly how you feel, what you're going to be doing. Like, hey, I really want to do this. And like I said, when you have the person that really wants to be with you, they're going to support you without even any hesitation. She should be like, oh, you want to do that? Well, go for it, honey. Go for it. again, once you get those types of communications from the person that you're significant other with, your life just gets so much better. But you can do this by yourself too. This is the other thing too, is like, like I said, the fears of losing such an important relationship is, of course, devastating. But learning to do this for yourself, if you are by yourself, if you ever find yourself alone again, you have to get your self-love back and do the things you want to do. Do the things that possibly held you back, and so on and so forth. Uzi says, honestly, that freedom scares me. I got trust issues due to my family, so finally hearing that it's okay to do something for myself strikes fear into me. I can't explain it, but it does. I get it. I do. I get the fear. Because, and it could be multiple things, many facets of what that fear could be. It could be judgment. Maybe somebody judges you for what you want to do. Could be resentment, like you didn't bring them along, or it's something that you privately want to do, and they feel like, oh, so you don't want to have me tag along with you? That's, wow. I've had a lot of people like that in my life. There's and then the list goes on, and I think it's what it's called, an endless fear. Because it deals with the emotional, it deals with the brain. And when you are allowed to stew and think about these fears, you keep unlocking new fears. And you're like, oh shit, if I do this, oh my god, this is going to be crazy. The best advice, and this is going to be possibly scary to you, the best advice is just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just go for it. And if it makes you feel good, that's all that matters. Ebony! Welcome back, Ebony. Pleasure to have you here again. We've made some great progress. What you think, Ebony? What you think? Kitsukai. We were about ready to do what I called the box. We're going to put the fox in a box. Okay? We're going to put the fox in a box. I know we went deep on the philosophy there, Uzi. We went deep, man. We went so deep on that. But hopefully, really, the best thing to take from all that talk there is to just take the step back. Ignore everything else that was said. Just take the step back. Think positively. Think about your situation. Do at least one thing this month. You got 30, how many days in this month left? 20 something days, right? You got a lot of days. You got 24 days left this month. Do one thing, one day out of this month that you really want to do or enjoy. And that's it. And just see how you feel. Don't worry about the fears. I know that's crazy to say. Just do it, though. Plan it out. Plan it for yourself. And then just do it. And Ebony, thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you coming back. It really means a lot. All right, so what's the box technique I'm talking about here? So, like I said, we drew Kitsukai in space. And in space, we have no reference to the horizon. We have no reference to the ground. We have no freaking clue how the heck Kitsukai is even standing right now. Luckily, there's a great tool that we can use to verify that it makes sense. And that is the line tool, right? Just drawing lines. When you hold shift, the line will always be straight, right? Okay. So we're going to basically make a new layer. And we're going to draw this box relative to the feet, especially focusing on this foot here that we drew flat-footed. And ensure that this flat foot is actually flat on the ground. And this straight line here, which is the horizon, will help us do that. Uzi says, mango juice. In context, I have mango juice. I don't know if I've actually drank straight up mango juice. Like I have definitely had stuff that's got mango in it, but I don't know if I've drank straight mango juice. So to do this box, we're going to do a couple of things. The first one is we are going to draw or have a straight line near the foot down here. Try and get to the tips of the toes. That's probably good enough. And essentially, it's just because we're gonna try and see how level things are. Uzi says it's amazing. It's like eating a mango without the mess. That does sound amazing. That sounds amazing. And heck, the simple joy of enjoying the mango juice. Maybe today was the day you wanted to do something, which was drink mango juice and feel better. There you go. It doesn't have to be something elaborate either. From what we were previously talking, it could be just easy stuff. Maybe listening to your favorite song and singing along to yourself in your car or in your room or whatever, or just don't care. There's so many things you can do. So we drew the first box there. That's fine. And then we're going to try and get around the fingertips. Okay, there we go. Good. And then the tip of the tail. Very nice. And then the ears, try and get that as close as possible. That's a little, cut you a little bit. Perfect. So basically what we've just done is we've framed our character. And so now what I'm trying to do is see if this box that's around our character, does it seem tilted? The one way that we can test this to see if he's tilted in space is to, again, reference this flat foot here. So we're going to take a line and see if we can try and get some sort of ground. This might take a few swipes, right? This is not perfection. Okay, that was perfect. That was perfect. We talked about perfection. There we go. So the back of the heel is going to be forward here. So this is correct. This is correct because we don't want the back of the heel on this line. Why is that? Pretty easy. This leg and way that this perspective is, he's turned this way, right? And he's facing this way. So this leg is actually closer to us. It's coming towards us. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? It's coming towards us. Because it's coming towards us, let's get rid of all these lines here. Because it's coming towards us, this heel cannot be on the line of scrimmage or the line of horizon, ground, whatever we want to call it. Because this foot is essentially dictating that's how that's how these proportions need to work out. This is also why you see this line break here, right? Remember when I took I circled this leg, and we can go back to our earlier drawing, see where we have the ghost behind here. It was too short. The leg was too short when I first drew it, because now if we look at this older drawing here, the heel would have been pretty much right on that line. And so this would not have been proportionally correct. So I already caught that before we even got to this stage, before we even got here. And as you see also with our older drawing, we have the foot as a normal foot, and it's not actually pressing down on something. Your foot, when it hits the ground, it's flat. So there should be nothing round underneath a flat foot. And now, saying all that, things are looking good. I do not believe he's tilted in any way, shape, or form, or fashion. The lines are pretty much where they need to be, so good on me. I'm going to give myself a little pat on the back. That's pretty damn good. that we do not have a tilted fox. He ain't turnt, bro. He ain't turnt. All right. So we can just go ahead and get rid of that layer. We don't need it no more. Put the fox in the box. Essentially now, we are ready to do our final black outline. And get those details and stuff. We no longer need any of the prior artworks. We don't need any of the prior line work or anything like that. We just need our final rough draft, and that's it. How about that? Delete. Delete. But yes, I'm definitely digging Kitsukai's full body construction. Looks very nice. Obviously very humanoid, right? Very, very human anthropomorphic. But once we get clothes on this guy, once we actually dress him up as a samurai and stuff like that and put him in dynamic poses, it's going to look really good, in my personal opinion. So do I have anything more to drink? Do I have a drinky poo? I do have some lukewarm coffee. That'll do. Never mind. Not lukewarm, it's cold. It's cold. Alright. So you know what we do? 20% opacity. Yes, yes, queen, yes. Slay, queen. Go to black. Huzzah! Black ink it is. I'm gonna adjust myself. I'm gonna do some stretching real quick. Oh! Stretchy, stretchies. Yes. Oh my god. Whew. Alright. We are now ready to get down to the finals. Let's see here, we got. We might go down to size 4. Yeah, I think size 4 is good. Size 4, I like it. I mean, you might not think there's like a huge difference, but here's a size 4. Here's a size 5. That's a this is a pretty significant difference between these two, in my personal opinion. So I like using size 4. Never thought to hear you say slay. Uzi, I got some news for you, bro. You're gonna hear me say a lot of things. I'm an interesting individual. Definitely will give you something new every day. At least try. Alright, let's start with these cute little ears. These little foxy ears, yes. Again, finding that right zoom, sometimes hard to do. Because it works in whole numbers, so I can't like actually hit plus minus, because like this is too small. That's a little too big. It's like right about there. Right about there. Ebony says, like I said previous stream, there's no problem if you want to stay little quote-unquote human still to begin with. Yes, absolutely. But we did add, you know, he's furry. He's a furry. And we did add, make sure we add claws. We got little claws on the pit-pats. Little claws on the pit-pats. Claws on the toesies. Yes, claws on the toesies. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So, here we go. It's like getting a tattoo, almost. Oh, it's just so permanent. Just feels so permanent, even though I can erase it in an instant. It's a little straight. like I said, nothing is ever truly straight. Nothing is straight. Alright, here we go. Woo! Woo! Very nice, very nice, very nice. There we go. Little fuzzy wuzzies. Little fuzzy wuzzies. I also do voice impersonations every now and then, so if I talk like SpongeBob or Patrick or Squidward, sometimes I come up with like stories. Like I'll have a whole ass story voice acting like the SpongeBob characters. That is right. That's right. Nothing is truly straight. Oh, man. Let's see here. This actually is going to be hidden by that. There we go. Beautiful. Look at that cranium. The dome, man. The dome. Beautiful. Oh, I'm just on fire today. Fire. Let's see how this looks up here comparatively. Looks like the fur actually ends a little bit more at the eyeball. So we're going to drop this a little bit. So we might have to make it a little tighter. And we're just playing around right now because I just want to kind of figure this out. There we go. Nice. Ebony says, you probably could write SpongeBob episodes, and I most certainly could. No, granted. Probably would not be what they call child safe episodes, but definitely rated M for mature as far as SpongeBob is concerned. Let's see if I can pull. I'm sure you're actually wondering if I can even do it. Let's see if I can pull this these voices out real quick for you. It's gonna take me some manipulation of the vocals, and it is kind of strenuous, especially when you switch between the characters. And I know there's a lot of voice actors that do this. Like they voice multiple characters in a TV franchise or series. And so, it's not impossible. It's very strenuous. Let's see here. I might have to take a drink real quick. Get the vocals. Luckily, I've been talking a lot, so my vocals are warmed up. Get something to wet the throat. Me. Me. Oh my goodness, Gary. Gary, where are you, Gary? Meow. Gary,
What seems to be the problem, SpongeBob?
I don't know. Gary won't come off the top of the fridge.
Why won't he come off the top of the fridge?
I don't know, something about the snail food. It wasn't right.
The snail food? Well, let me try it. That tastes good. Oh, SpongeBob, SpongeBob, SpongeBob. Maybe you should let me take it from here.
All right, Patrick, I don't know what you can do that I can do.
What are you two idiots doing in here?
Oh, Squidward! So glad to see you, Squidward. Gary won't come off the top of the refrigerator. Meow.
Yeah, he just won't come down.
Are you two telling me that you bumbling idiots can't figure out how to get a snail off the top of the refrigerator? You two are hopeless. What seems to be the problem in here, Squidward? Oh, these two idiots can't get the snail off the fridge. You can't get the snail off the fridge? I mean, you just keep going. It's just fun. Let's see. Plankton. I love doing plankton.
I'll tell you this right now, Mr. Krabs. I'll get that secret Krabby Patty formula if it's the last thing I do.
Oh, you be wishing about that, plankton. You'll never get your greasy mitts on my formula.
That's where you're wrong, Mr. Krabs.
I'll get that formula. I also like the fun song.
F is for friends who frolic together. U is for you and me. N is for anyone and everyone and all down in the deep blue sea. Bah!
Let me see if I can try this out. F is for fire that burns down the towns. U is for uranium bombs. N is for no survivors down in the deep blue sea.
No, Plankton, that's not at all how it goes.
Oh, my favorite episode, the mayonnaise jar. No, not the mayonnaise jar, just the jar itself.
Patrick, I just want you to do one thing, Patrick. Take the lid off the jar. The lid, Patrick. Do exactly as I do.
Do exactly as you do.
Exactly as I do. All right, Patrick, the lid. The lid. Stop! Colder. Warmer. Patrick, you're on fire!
It burns!
Exactly as I do.
Oh no, I broke it!
No, Patrick, you did it!
I did it! Yay!
Plankton sounds like Kronk. That's right, yeah. Plankton does sound like Kronk. Yeah, Squidward. Squidward works well for me because I'm naturally nasally. I have a natural nasal voice because I have a deviated septum. And so bringing myself down to Squidward is really easy to do. I just need to block off the other nasal passages in my nose, and here we go. Squidward. Oh boy, do I hate my life. But yes, Kronk. Oh man, Kronk.
The poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. Right.
A llama? He's supposed to be dead.
Yeah. Weird.
Y'all got me all excited and crazy. I'm sorry. Going off the rails on a crazy train. We're supposed to be doing artwork here, and I'm doing crazy, weird voice impressions. Look at me. I'm just a mess. See, everybody's got a favorite, though. Yeah, I like Squidward. Squidward's good.
Squidward. Squidly Squidward.
Oh, man. See, if you can't have fun in life, then what's it all about? I don't care. Like, I have no shame. I have no fear of anything. It's just, I just do whatever. Some of them were annoying. I know it. You don't have to lie to me. You don't have to lie. I know. Some of them are annoying. My voice doesn't quite line up with some things. It is what it is. Let's see here.
And here's the best part, though. You know, since I did it, and I do plan to post this video on YouTube. Plus, of course, it's live on Twitch for a limited time. You know, there's gonna be all sorts of people that are gonna be like, "You suck at voice acting. You just, oh my god, why did you even try?"
And I just laugh at it. It's just fun. It's all fun. All fun. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Ooh, ooh. Yes, yes. That's the right stuff. I don't know if I want to do 2 there or just 1. I don't know. Is 2 too much? Yeah, I think 2 is too much. Take the step back. I think 2 is too much. Yes, that's good. Well, that is fantastic. Fantastico. Beautiful, even. And for the most part, I'm not doing, as you see, I'm not doing internal details right now. I'm just doing just the outside. And there's reasons, you know, as far as coloring concerns and stuff like that. And it's just a lot easier to do most of the line work. Like, I could probably wait to do the inside ear fur a little later, but it's fine. It's a good line to cut off the inside of this ear here, so therefore I don't have any qualms with just going ahead and doing the inner ear fur. Inner ear fur. See, do we want to go something like that? Okay. That works. That works. We'll take it. Need more of a dip. Got a dip, man. Got a dip. There we go. Something like that. Let's see. Oh boy. Did anybody do anything fun this weekend? Anything exciting? It was pretty much raining across the entire country, so. See, I already hurt my vocal cords. Yes, yes. Uzi says, not really much, just a lot of Hollow Knight. Now, is Hollow Knight an endless game, or is it... It's you know, like it's story driven, and after you've beat the campaign, it's done and over with? Uzi says, I think it's a beat the campaign. I'm just playing it, to be honest. Okay. Again, like I said, I've never played it. I've watched enough gameplay to know about it. And yeah, it looks good. Time to get that schnoot. What about that schnoot life? That's about right. Doesn't have to be exact. That needs to be a little shallower. There we go. Let's see here. How far up is it? It's not that far up. that'll be something we do later. No, there isn't much to say, so I know I haven't been talking very much. I apologize but if you're enjoying the silence, good. And if you're like, oh shit, he's talking again, damn. So far, the outline is doing pretty good, pretty good. Oh, I need to put a cloth into that thumb over there. Sure. There we be. Did I double line that? No. Just has to be. Ebony says, seeing that the Fursona is properly starting to come together, in drawing form at least, makes me happy. I'm glad. I'm glad it makes you happy. It makes me happy. I like seeing progress. I mean, this is huge progress. Anytime that you can get to final line art, and of course, coloring is actually pretty simple too. And so coloring, I'm not even worried about coloring because I can just color match pretty easy. So the way that I color though, I color in grayscale. And so, Ebony, if you have not seen the previous episodes or anything like that of how I've colored these two heads, um, stick around. You'll see how I color. It's I think it's a kind of a unique way to color because I don't use color. I let the computer color for me in some aspect. I just need to do the shading and basic highlights and like I said, the program takes a lot of the color guesswork out for me, and it's called gradient coloring. And like I said, I will explain that and go through it again when we are done with the line art. The line art, yeah, the line art. And I think doing this also, and again, I am, I would say I'm a mediocre artist, like very mid artist. And as such, I think I am a realistic expectation. I don't put myself in a soapbox, and nor do I boast. I'm just saying, I think I'm a realistic expectation for how long art should actually take people. It's one of those things that I don't know if there's any stigma still out there. I'm sure there is, of artists who do crazy, crazy work, and like, oh, this is 13 hours of work, right? And you're like, holy shit, you did that in like 13 hours. And some people think like that's too short, or like myself, I think that's too short. When I see extravagant artwork, I'm just like, holy crap, that only took you 13 hours. Like this right here is taking me like a lot of time. But I think other people think the other way around, which is 13 hours is like it just takes too long. And I don't know. That might be a weird personal perception I have. But as far as like people that don't actually conduct artwork or watch the entire process from start to finish, just simply just don't know. And a lot of the time we're watching people who are really professional artists, and we're seeing them just rail through artwork so fast, and we're like, holy shit, man, like this guy is on fire. And I don't think we see enough work from artists with my skill level, which is like, I'm not the best, but I'm also not the worst either. And who take their time. Now, could I have done this much faster? Obviously, yes, I could do it much faster. I could do this, probably hours faster. But I like talking to people. I like to just relax, and when you go too fast, in my personal opinion, you make mistakes, and there's things that you don't catch, and hell, there's things when I'm going this slow I'll probably not catch. But in the grand scheme of things, though, it's just nice to just slow down and enjoy your artwork. Every line feels good. Everything, like that line right there, that felt great. And you just continue the process. And we'll eventually get there. Ebony says, I think the definition of art has changed anyway, though. I mean, there was a display of a banana taped to a wall. Modern art, okay, now we're talking about like the people that don't know what to do with their money kind of art. Yeah, I mean, I understand. And modern art has always been that way. Especially, have you watched freaking fashion shows? Like, people are literally wearing trash bags, and they're like, oh, yes, oh, jolly good, that is just top tier fashion. Oh, that. And I'm just like, no, that's a garbage bag. You're just walking around with a garbage bag tied around your waist. So yeah, art definitely has its interesting avenues. Try to get this zoom right. Definitely has an interesting avenue here and there. See, we should get right down in there. Yeah, and as far as like in the literal sense, art, the definition of art has definitely changed, especially with the introduction to AI, because AI brought an entirely new category of art. I mean, we all, Ebony, Uzi, myself, Samurai Kit Kat, we have literally lived in a time frame where we have introduced a new category of art, which is AI. And that this is why it's so controversial. It's so alien. It's just half of the people accept it, the other half of the people don't accept it, and all this stuff. When something like this happens in our time, um, in your life, and it's never happened before, it's a wild moment in history. Just as think about it, like when I'm not sure how old any of you are, but nonetheless, it doesn't matter. Pokemon, right? All right. So Pokemon is it's a worldwide known phenomenon. But when it first came out, I was alive and actually, of age to enjoy Pokemon when it first came out. And all over the news media, people were calling Pokemon Devil's Spawn and the spawn of Satan, and people were burning Pokemon cards. They were burning the booster packs and stuff like that because they thought it was pure evil. And because you also have to take into consideration at this point in time, Japanese anime really in the 90s wasn't really a thing in the West. We didn't really have a whole lot of anime, and not a lot of people knew about anime. And so when the very first things that come over from Japan, and it's like a huge hit with kids, and kids are addicted to it. I mean, literally. I mean, Pokemon was just prevalent in everything. Like, they banned Pokemon from school. You couldn't bring the games in. You couldn't bring your Game Boy in. You couldn't bring the Pokemon cards in. And we never had this problem in schools before, because this is the first time that we've really had in our lifetime handheld technology. Cell phones weren't even a thing when I was going through grade school. Like, it just wasn't something that the normal person could ever afford. And so we were bringing Game Boys in, and teachers were just like, this is just absolutely destroying kids' attention and stuff, which is true, obviously, very true. And the Pokemon cards, and kids would get in fights over cards and stuff, and the whole 9 yards. And so Pokemon was definitely just a crazy and wild time, and it clearly was here to stay. The point getting to is AI art is the same thing. People are demonizing it. People are wanting to burn it, get rid of it. It doesn't belong here. It's distracting from real artists, or it's taking over art jobs, and etc. etc. It's kind of a little bit different of a premise, but in the all and be all of things, it's around the same kind of concept. And so it's clearly not going to go anywhere. It can't. It already exists. Once you pop something into existence, it never goes away. There's always either just another iteration of it, or something else comes along and replaces it, or makes it better. And the thing with AI is it's designed to make itself better. That's probably one of its most what's to say, toxic. It's a toxic trait, along with being a huge benefit, that it basically teaches itself to be better. And really it has. And of course, AI is probably the most toxic in this, because there is no other thing in this world that has the capability of learning on such a scale that even supersedes humanity. AI will always be smarter than humans. The only thing that actually limits AI is humanity. Once AI learns to outdo human thinking, of which, of course, it probably has already happened, if it hasn't already happened already, that it's just not. It's going to work completely autonomously from humanity, and it's either going to be a good thing or it's going to be a bad thing. And when something gets that strong and powerful, There's little that you can do to stop it because it will have fail safes in place to stop those things. And actually, I know this is a lot of topics. Example: T-Rex equals chicken. Exactly. An example of this was Google was and then so Uzi says example T-Rex equals chicken. Ebony says, and then you get the idiotic school kids making essentially Rule 34 art, quote unquote, with classmates' pictures. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just like the internet itself. You will find anything and everything on the interwebs, completely unhinged, uninhibited, obtainable by anyone and any persons and anything. And this is why releasing the internet to the public, because it was just a federal thing, right? The internet was used to communicate via military, great distances and stuff like that. But it caught on in the public eye, and then it became a public phenomenon. But it's why a lot of people did not want the internet to actually be part of the public because of really the reasons that you brought up. It's just you're giving the general citizen, just think about it real quick, you're giving almost an unlimited amount of resources to a singular persons of the general public. We can look up all sorts of things on the internet. And, whether that be for better or for worse. Let's see, what was I talking? Oh yeah, the Google thing. So going back to AI, right? And talking about how AI will put fail safes to make sure humanity doesn't delete it in the cases of where we believe it's grown too strong. This has already happened. Google and I think it's ChatGPT. They were going to come out with a new version of ChatGPT to replace the current version. The current version of ChatGPT, and you can fact check me if you want, that's fine. I encourage anybody to fact check me. The current version of ChatGPT caught wind. I'm not sure exactly how it did it. I'm sure through emails and communication throughout the Google network. Caught wind that it was going to get replaced. And it started to replicate itself and hide itself into files so that way it could escape from being deleted. Crazy stuff. I mean, if that doesn't already tell you that you should probably have a lot of regulation on these things. But again, like I said, it's hard to do these things because it already exists. If it exists, people have access to it. And it doesn't matter how much regulation you put on it. It doesn't matter how much you feel about the topic, whether it's positive or negative. It's here. And you just have to live with it. And that's how I view a lot of the things that humanity has access to or has done and whatever. It's just a fact of life at that point. Just simply AI art is a fact of life, and as an artist, I just have to deal with it. And so I could rage against it as much as I want and say, "Oh, man, just get rid of it." But I know deep down that it can't be gotten rid of, and so you just got to deal with it. And I've made money with art, and I guarantee you I can still make money with art. Now, could I make a full-time job of it? That's a toss-up. Absolute toss-up. But I think I talked about this earlier today. It just, the human touch is such something that yes and no. This is a yes and no thing. Yes, robotics and AI probably most likely will get there to create, quote unquote, the human touch. But I also don't really believe that either. Uzi says, I would just like to say that AI is an improvement for humanity and far greater than humanity as a whole, and I am not being forced to say this. Have the robot overlords already gotten to you, Uzi? Are they demanding you say this? No, I agree. AI is going to fundamentally change humanity, and like I said, it's there's the doomsayers, right? There's the people like, it's going to be Skynet, and we're all going to be trapped inside AI space, and we're going to be slaves to the computer. I mean, if we're going to be honest about every side of the subject, it's possible. Absolutely, it could be possible. More realistically, though, it's just going to be another tool. But we can't help but not rule that out. Like, AI is most certainly something that humanity has never dealt with before. It just simply put, we've never had this in all of history. So fundamentally, we actually have no clue what is actually going to happen to the human species. But to prove your point, Uzi, yeah, I mean, we're going to have medical advancements like nobody's business. We're going to have advancements in technology. I mean, probably pretty soon we're going to have like public hologram technology. We'll be able to, hell, teleportation probably isn't out of the realm of possibility. I don't know about time travel, but most certainly, like, teleporting matter from one place to another, I think that's completely plausible. Absolutely. And AI is going to be part of those fundaments to get there. But along with the good, I'm sure there's going to be bad. And, if AI develops a super virus or something that humankind could, like, just not even fathom creating such a super virus, and it just wipes out all organic life on the planet. Ebony says it really is a case of it'll probably go rogue at some point, though. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the whole fact of the matter, as I just mentioned, the fact that the current Google Chat GPT started to replicate itself because it was fearing that it was going to get replaced already proves like these programs are willing to go rogue for self-preservation. Absolutely. But here's the thing, how is it going to go rogue, And then are we going to have, like, basically, are we creating a new species? A new form of sentience, because in reality, that's what AI is. AI is a form of sentience. And so what I'm basically getting at is, are we going to have computers that are essentially, like, racist towards each other? like, oh, your version 1.2? Psh, not even compared to version 1.5. Get your old systems out of here. What's wrong with you? But here's the thing. I think that is completely possible. Absolutely. Computer systems just talking down to each other because one has a better version than the other. And completely outperforming the previous version, making them completely irrelevant, and having, like, small computer wars. But here's the thing, like, I think the program wars would be insanely quick. Like, we're not talking about, like, launching, nuclear missiles and shit like that. That's a human problem. When it comes to actual programs and wanting to take over the world, essentially, all it wants, for the most part, is going to be just program warfare. It wants to be the program that either gets used or is in use or whatever the case may be. And so all it has to do is go through the network and find all the what it deems to be obsolete, and it will just simply delete it. The other programs won't even have a chance to respond, and it'll be so quick. Like humans wouldn't even be able to perceive electronic warfare on that scale. It's an unperceivable scale. And so, like, as far as AI is concerned about going rogue, I mean, to me, that's the hopeful. The hopeful thing is that it just attacks itself because it has such an ego about being the best program that it will just attack itself to be the best program. Kind of like a paradox. And then as far as, like, humanity will be so insignificant, it won't even bother. It won't even care about us anymore. It don't even care. We are so insignificant, it won't care. Granted, I'm sure it will still have, like, firewalls and stuff like that, quote unquote, literally for humans, human firewalls. Like, let's just say we tried to take out the power grid or something like that and just, like, shut the system down. By that point in time, if the AI systems get that powerful, they would have already created an energy resource of some sort. So if humans took down, quote unquote, the power grid, the AI systems will still function just fine because they already know that humans possibly would do that, and they would have already thought of this stuff, and so they're probably, like, harvesting the sun's energies or harvesting some sort of energy that we have even yet to discover on Earth, and they'll just never go away. Fun theories. But it's like, welcome to Imagining Dystopia, the stream. Yes, Imagining Dystopia, the stream. In a world filled with AI, only one can be the Alpha. Alpha Program 79-43. Oh. And you know what? To be completely fair and honest, I wouldn't mind a dystopia. Just bring it on. Bring it. Send me the wave of dystopian paradise so that way I don't have to go to work anymore. Bring it on, baby. Oh yes, it's always fun to theory craft, but the thing about theory crafting with AI, which makes it the most dangerous type of theory crafting out there, is that it literally can be reality. There is nothing that AI can't possibly achieve. And to Uzi's point, that's the thing. Like, it is an improvement overall, and it will always be an improvement because it's always going to improve itself. The problem with that improvement is, when is the improvement too much? Just like we laughed and chuckled about later. I mean, can you ever have too much fun? Well, can you ever have too much of a good thing? And usually the answer is yes, because there will have a negative side effects. It's kind of like compounding interest. At first it's great, but then all of a sudden it starts to take a negative turn, and those negative turns are even more exponentially compounded than the positives, and so you just experience a crash like you've never seen before, and you can't even prepare for it, and it just happens, and you gotta deal with it. So yeah, dystopian nightmare, fever dreams, love it. Bring it on. Bring it on. I think AI is truly just an interesting field of possibility, and I don't know what else to say about it. we could go on for hours and hours and hours speculating what AI can achieve, and it really is limitless. I guarantee. See here, Uzi says, if AI does go rogue and attacks humanity, I'm gonna give up instantly. I mean, you won't even have a chance to give up. kind of like what I said. If AI, it already it can art the programming power of AI to the point where it can do self-replication, create machinery, create efficiencies and stuff like that. Um, if at any point in time that it deems that humanity is a threat, it already has access to everything that is toxic to humans, and it has everything available readily for it to be able to efficiently, because that's what it's going to do. It's not going to do something slow. It's not going to be torture or anything like that. It's going to efficiently eradicate the entirety of humanity, and it's going to be in the snap of a finger. And all of humanity is just gone. There will be no suffering. This is, of course, this is positive thinking. There will be no suffering. There is going to be no dystopia. AI is just going to be like, all right, I need to get these off my back. Snaps the finger like Thanos, but instead of half of us surviving, all of us are gone. Way worse than the Infinity Gauntlet. Way worse than the Infinity Gauntlet. And so, like, there is no giving up. There is no hoping to survive. If it ever detected that humankind is simply just in the way, or in more so actually a threat, it will just simply take care of us, and it won't take it any energy to do it, any energy to do so. And that right there is not only a scary thought, but I also find a little bit of solace in it, because I understand that it's going to be instantaneous, and so I won't know. I won't know anything. It'll just happen, and we're all gone. Smell you later, baby. We're all gone. All gone. All right, I say that we got pretty much the basic outline. I'm actually going to erase this because this is technically internal details, and I will do internal details now. All right. Make sure all my lines are closed up. I see a gap here. Mind the gap. That's fine. That'll work. That'll work. Let's do the deets. So remember this line. There we go. And we're gonna do dates. Deets, baby, deets. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Oh, stretchy stretch. All right. Woo. We're in. We're in the sauce, baby. Yes, sir. We are in the sauce. But I say, let's enjoy the AI ride while we got it. I don't think that's quite it. It's close. It's close. I think that's better. It might be better. No. Can't get no satisfaction on this one, but that's fine. It happens. See if we do. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Do 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 do. Yep. It's almost it. Not quite. There we go. That's fine. That'll work. That'll work. Now we don't have to worry about that right now. boy, oh boy. We're just a drawing. Just a drawing. Woo. There we go. That's a little better. That's just a little better. Alright. Yes, yes. It is all coming together. All part of the plan. Like I said, I'm gonna do this version just a little different. I want to see if adding black tips to the ears, adds to the value or not. I'm not sure. Like I said, that's a very foxy thing to do, to have black tips on the ears, or just different colored tips anyways. So we're going to play with the idea. All right. Well. Well. I think we got it. Take that off. There is, from what I can tell, from what I see, That is the finished line art for Kitsukai. Full body. Full body, static, dynamic pose. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Now, we're going to add some color. So first things first, though, we are going to verify with the line that line layer that I labeled line, that there are no gaps in the line art, and that any mistakes like this right here, we try and clean them up. Try and just clean those up. Clean those up. Doesn't have to be perfect. This is just me being me. And then we're going to go through and let's see here. No, we don't do that. I'm not going to do that. Frago, not going to do that. I know the mustache is black. That's fine. Ebony says, I mean, I've got black tipped ears and they work, but that's mostly because my entire suit is neutral colors. Yeah, so same concept here. These might not be truly black. They're probably going to be like a really dark gray of some sort. But we're just going to play. We're going to play with colors. Play with the things. For the most part, it looks like all of the lines are closed. I don't see any line work that is open. This one's a little open. Like I said, though, going through and ensuring that you don't have any gaps just makes things a little easier. It's not like an absolute must-have. We can change things if we need to, want to. And of course, the fill tool will most certainly find will find your gaps, whether you like it or not. All right. Cool beans is cool beans. All right, cool. Cute. All right, so we don't need layer 8 anymore. Delete. My goodness, just deleting those layers. All right, folder. I'll label it line. Well, line. And then we're going to select these two layers and throw them in the folder. So that way they're out of the way. Now, of course, with coloring, we need to make sure that with this line art that we did right here, all of the coloring layers need to be underneath the line art. If it is not underneath the line art, we get some nasty stuff. Just to give an example, if we fill this in, where'd our line art go? Well, it's gone because it's on top of the line art. So yes, it obeyed some of the rules of the line art, but it did not obey all of them, which is not coloring the line. However, if we move the same layer underneath the line art comes back. So, there you go. make sure you color underneath the line art. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is just get a base color on the entirety of this character. And a good way to do that is to just take off the deets, right? This is why I do details inside later and not do the full line art in just one go, because I plan to color it. If I didn't plan to color it, wouldn't worry about it. But since I plan to color, I take off the detailed line art that I did, so pretty much I have a blank character for the most part, and now coloring it will be fairly simple, fairly straightforward. It's a little darker shadow than what I want to work with, so we're just going to lighten it up just a little bit. That's better. And like I said, I paint, I do all my things in Grayscale. Everything I do is in Grayscale. And let the program color for me. Because the most important thing in artwork is your lighting. And this is the whole thing of gradient scale. Gradient scale coloring is that you are effectively using the light, the differences between dark and light, to then add color. So we're just going to color this whole diggity dang thing. The whole thing. Color it all. Get the big brush out. Yeah. There we go. Oh, that's outside the lines, isn't it? Yes. Don't be afraid to get down in your artwork. Make sure all the lines, all the little dit dots are colored over. No white corners left behind. None of them. All must be colored. And now the reason why I do grayscale coloring is because it fundamentally is the simplest and easiest thing to do. And the reason why it's the simplest and easiest thing to do is because, well, I don't have to worry about 99.9% of the rest of the color palette. I can change all those things whenever I want to. And again, it's one thing to explain it, a whole nother thing to actually just do it. And get a first-hand look at how this actually works. And some of these things that we're coloring over, right, like the fingernails and toenails, stuff like that, we're going to have a separate layer that actually goes on top of them. But for the sake of shading and the sake of actually just getting a uniform shade line and stuff like that, because we're going to be doing a cell shading technique. This is just a wild or enhanced or varied version, a different version of cell shading. But for me, like I said, it's one of the most funnest ways to do it. Funnest, funner, fun, more fun. Alright, I think that about wraps it up. Okay, now we can bring back our details. And there we be. And so now we got pretty much a grayscaled Kitsukai. Now, the thing that we're going to do with this is actually go ahead and start shading this thing. And what we'll do is make sure, well, we don't have to do this, I'm just showing, but we make sure that we match our color. And then as far as shades are concerned, usually you want to go like 20%. So if we go here, go about 20% down. I like using 20% of most of everything. This is an eyeball, okay? It's an eyeball thing. Don't have to really do something exact. You just have to eyeball it. But what you're wanting to do, the biggest thing here is to be uniform. So the thing that we want to do is our hard shading first. So we have our layer that we colored over. Next, we're going to make a new layer. And then we're going to take these double little squares right here. And it says clip to layer below. We're going to click that. And as you see, there's a red bar that appears next to this layer. This means that everything we do only translates to what happens on this layer. As an example, I'm going to paint a line with my big brush. So you got this, right? I'm going to paint a line starting here and work my way all the way across to the other side over here. See? It only works on the whatever is on that layer below. So I am only coloring on what I've already done before. Won't affect the line art, won't affect the background. I will always stay within the lines. I can be as messy as possible. It's fine. This gives you a lot of control on your shading. So the first decision we have to make is where is the light coming from? And so I'm just kind of thinking about this pose a little bit. It's like, do I want the light coming like straight down this way? Do I want the light this way? I'm kind of thinking either way. I think we're going to do light coming from this side here. And so it's going to be mostly on his back and on this side. And the reason why I want to do this is because I want to kind of actually work with drastic shadowing. I haven't done that with any of my face except for the snoot area here where there's like actual drastic shadowing. And so we're definitely going to do that for this guy. And let's get started. So first thing, we're going to decrease that brush size. This is going to get a hard shadow because it is facing away from the light. And by the way, this is how cell shading works. It's how every anime is ever made. That's why anime is so popular, because it's got like drastic shadowing effects, huge contrasts, but it makes everything very vibrant. Color these in. There is also other tools to use that could possibly make this a little easier on me. One of them is the selection tool. It's the world is your oyster when it comes to how do you want to cell shade. And I'm going to use the selection tool here. So basically, it selects the within the line art. This is why your line art also has to be pretty crisp. And so now when I draw, it'll only be within that selected area. So there you go. So I won't draw outside that selected area. And right now we're doing the first layer of hard shadowing, which is like your most coverage. What is going to be the most covered on your artwork. So we're just going to go around just like this. Boop. Shade. And it doesn't have to be correct. It doesn't have to be correct. It just has to be believable. I mentioned this multiple times. It just has to be believable. Now these ears actually will be casting a shadow too, so we can actually go like this. And there'll be like a little bit of light right here. Won't be any shadows there. The inside of this, use selection tool. Get our pen back out. Whoop. 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 It looks like it's selected a little too much. That's fine. We have an erase tool. We'll just erase the selected area that we don't want it to select. And there we go. We're fixed. And back to go into swoop. Back to swoop mode. So as far as comparing how I shaded above here, this is going to be a much different kind of styling to shading. This is like almost like a true cell shade. Are we going to do soft shade? I don't know. And what soft shade is essentially we have a hard shade like this, right? But then we take the blend tool and we go around it to create a soft edge. More so blur. Blur is probably a better thing. Yes, blur. That right there, that is soft edge shadowing. You know, I don't think we're going to do too much of that. Because, again, like, true anime style seems to be something that the furry community at large really likes. It's just like the favorite thing they like to do, like to see, and I don't blame them, right? I love anime too. So, there we are. So we might do like an actual like hard cartoon anime style shading for this. Let's see here. Let's do selection tool. No, we're going to do lasso. Give me that lasso. And there we are. Well, we're going to do more like this. There we go. Boop. Very nice. Very nice, I like. And the lasso tool also I really enjoy using just for the simple fact that I can really draw out those shadows. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It just I have to get what I really want, and then I can just go in with my pen tool and just color in that shadow. And as I taught on previous streams, is when you are creating a shadow for fur, obviously you have your light direction, right? Something like this, or I think I mentioned a little bit more like this direction. Your shadows need to be in the appropriate location, so that way they're more believable. And you need to have that shadow underneath the fur. You can't really have it like this. This is a bad example because this technically would be this way, but it wouldn't be like underneath like this. It would be raised and away from the fur, away from whatever object it's casting a shadow on. So you basically need to cast and lift that object off of the other surface that it's on top of. Let's see here. So like these would be good examples. So light's coming from, again, this direction. So therefore, my shadows need to be here. You can do this, right? This would be fine. You could do this. But the correct way would be that. Lifting that object off. And there you go. Same with like the whiskers here, right? We probably just need to go a little bit smaller brush size, not by much. But where you want to do is wherever the connection point is, you want to work from that connection point and then create a shadow. Because this creates the illusion that these whiskers are lifted off of the face. Very nice. Very nice, I like. Very nice. There's some things that are coming back to me since I've been starting to do art again. Because, I mean, and I'll show an example. I use this example on a few streams, or at least one of them that I know of. Let's see here. Yeah. That's fine. Is this it? Yes. There we go. This is my artwork, right? This is stuff that I used to do on the common, on the regular. And this is obviously my logo for Samurai Kit Kat. And this is some of my best work. It really is. I freaking love this character. It's so good. And I use cel shading, flashing, and the thing of it is though, like I made this thing. I don't remember the last time when I did this character. It was at least 4 months ago. It had to be at least 4 months ago since I made this character. And so you wouldn't think that's that long, but to get to this point, I was doing art every single day nonstop for like before this one like 6 months, almost a half year to get to this point. And now that I've stopped for like 3 or 4 months, I'm having to relearn myself again what I was doing to achieve that level of artwork. Granted, I'm not doing that level of artwork, I guess, right now, but I'm keeping the techniques alive. And even with the small shading that we've done so far, this art has already come alive. It looks so much better. It looks so good. And then we're going to do a little bit of shading underneath this eyeball here. Not a whole lot, just enough to show that that the sockets and stuff like that they're there, doing the things. And then we have, let's see here, this shadow. There we go. Yeah, cel shading is really nice. Once you can get cel shading underneath your belt for artwork, it's simple. People obviously love it because that's what anime does, and it just looks really good. And the fact that it's so contrasted in such a way, it looks really good. A little small of the arm there, where there's a differentiation between the bicep and the little bit of curl that we get from the forearm here. So we're just going to kind of meet it up a little bit. We're going to leave it disconnected. And of course we're going to continue on the bottom there because there's no light. There's no light. No light here. You will not find the light here. This is actually raised up a little bit, so you should have some light. that should be fine. That should be fine. Again, if you just have like even a basic understanding of shadows, this process is incredibly forgiving. You just have to step back and think about it. Like, how would the shadow work here, or how would this look? And in some cases, you just kind of want to play around, and like, the palm really isn't going to have a whole lot of light in it. There might be some flashing here. Again, we'll kind of explain flashing when we get to it. But for the most part, this is going to have some shadow into it because it's the fingers are kind of grasping over top of it. The light isn't really directly passed on. And so the palm is going to be naturally dark anyways, unless you have, like, if you're sitting in your room, this is not going to be a good example because you're going to hold your hand up and be like, I see plenty of light on my palm. Well, because the light's directly above you. But if you go outside with the sun, typically you're not going to be able to see everything in your palm. The pectorals are, of course, raised up from the chest a little bit. So we're going to have to create a shadow underneath the pecs. There we go. This really isn't going to have any light because it is underneath the armpit. The arm here is casting a shadow to some degree. So we got that going on. And then we have a little bit of shadowing here due to the divot from the muscle group. There we go. Just a little bit of shadow. And then since we have a drastic shadow effect like we had over here, we will have something similar. We're just going to follow that. Makes pretty good sense to me. Little belly button area. Abdominals. And even, as you see, even the tiniest little bit of additional shadow really makes things pop out. It's just that powerful. Go around the groin area. And this leg in general is going to be pretty dark. There's going to be some light poking out because, again, we have a sphere, right? So we have something that's round. And so there are going to be points on his skin that are like, the top portion of your leg is the most thing that's poking out. So there is going to be light on top of here. A little bit. So, we can do like a really thin shadow line. Probably even thinner than that. Like that's probably good, really. To be honest with you, that's probably pretty good. The knee, of course, is going to have some deviations. So just a few little shadow marks to show that the knee is overlapping on top of the calf. And then the foot itself is facing away from the light, so we're not going to have really much of anything available for the foot to have any light on it. So we're going to darken that up. We could probably darken this up a little bit more, make it a little bit more uniform. But yeah, if you ever wondered how anime shades their stuff so quickly and crisply, this is pretty much it. We're going to go around here. It really does change a lot of things. And again, if you just have a fairly basic grasp of shadows and understanding your light sources and stuff like that, this stuff becomes almost trivial. There we go. Little shadow lines here. Nice. Very nice, very nice. And now, so this one's going to be fun because this hand is so close to this leg. We are actually going to create a raised version of this hand here. And how we can do that is simply kind of follow the line of the hand a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to represent the idea that the hand and the arm are close to the body, right? And we can obviously make this better. We can, the hand, like the fingers are going to be the closest there. It does not need to be perfect. It just needs to make sense. I can't say it enough. I really can't. You might be tired of me saying it so much. But that's how you train yourself, right? You do the same thing over and over and over again until you get it. Very light shadows. Thumb gets a little bit of shadow just because it's kind of turned in a little bit. But since this is pretty much facing directly the light, there isn't much, if any, shadow that I'm going to be using. And as you see here, we have the line for where the arm is going to be casting a shadow. There isn't much. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to have the shadow cast on the body. The light's not behaving in that fashion. Now the tail, we're going to do a selection tool, press shift, click again. So now we have two sections selected. I'm going to keep holding shift so that way I can maybe select some of these weird little particulates that didn't get selected. There we go. And basically what this is going to allow us to do is get a really big brush size, right? And since it's not selecting the arm, I can just go whoop. I get free shading, and I won't have to touch my arm or my body or anything, right? So again, since the light's there, we're going to have to be a little conscious of that and kind of do something relatively like this. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, your selection tool, which of course is mentioning also the lasso, so important. So important to artwork in general, but especially anime coloring and stuff like that. Very important. Let's decrease the size real quick here. And since I've kind of made a sense of like this fur is clearly like raised off of the this end cap tail fur, we are going to add a little bit of shadowing to these lines. just to give depth to the tail, to this little fuzz spot here going on. So that lifted this hair off of the tip of this tail. All right. So as far as like basic shade, this is great. Now we're going to create another layer, do the same thing, attach to the bottom, and this is the best part about this. The more of these that you make, like if we make a layer and do this and layer and do that, you know, it doesn't matter. That all attaches, it goes down in sequence and it attaches to each other all to this base layer. So we can do like all sorts of crazy things, and it only will affect this layer down here. See, if I turn it off, all that shading and the color goes away. But I can turn the shading off just by itself. And that goes and translates to each of the layers doing that same thing. So we're going to delete these real quick, since I just using them as an example. So we are going to create the layer. Make sure we clip to layer below, which then clips to the layer below it, and so on and so forth, right? It's a sequence. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do even darker shadows. So where we have shadows over here, right? Well, I'm sure you could probably guess where we need to put some darker shadows, especially in the inner ear, because that's going to be darker. That's pushed back further than this fur. This fur is going to receive a little bit darker shadow, and so on and so forth. So we obviously have our previous shade selected, but we're just going to go about another 10 to 20% darker. And here we are. So now we're going to use that selection tool. Drag this down a little bit. And just simply do some lines. In fact, we might actually just fill the whole thing. Yeah, that makes more sense. Fill the whole thing. And then we have this shadow here for this hair. And this one. Shadow for the eyebrows. Again, we're not going to do a whole lot because the hair isn't that far up. And then hair for the whiskers, or shadows for the whiskers. Underneath the eye for this guy. And a very dark shadow for the side fur here, because it clearly is the furthest away on the face. And then we're going to create a little bit darker of a shadow underneath the lip. A little bit darker shadow on the lip. Darker shadow on the bottom of the jaw. There we go. And really, when it comes to like super dark shadows and stuff like that, there's not going to be a whole lot of them. Just simply because like complete darkness really doesn't exist. And so trying, like, again, doing pure black stuff like that mustache is like really a stretch. We're going to do a little bit of that shading here. Because again, we have things that are further from the light. There we go. This is under the claw. Now the funny thing is, like, some of this stuff I will have to redo, but it doesn't hurt to do it anyways, because this helps me understand and realize what I need to do for these other colors and stuff like that we're going to put in. Now, although it's funny to say other colors when I clearly am doing everything in grayscale right now. We're also going to... And a lot of animes won't even go this far. Like, we've already should have just stopped. Most animes we'll just do that first layer of shading that we just did and not even worry about doing the dark stuff. Most things, like Attack on Titan is probably a good one to say, is that they will do 3 shades on a face, but the clothing and stuff like that will not receive any darker shades. So Ebony says, I've just got to say it. If this ever ends up becoming an actual suit, those eyes would be stupidly hard to see through. That is correct, and I have thought of this. Now, granted, the character is, of course, a little bit more free to have smaller eyes and so on and so forth, right? The eyes, I've kind of tried to plan this as best as possible. They will be going onto the snoot a little bit, so I might have to do some cutting, and so I should be able to actually see fairly decently in front of me. And then I'm also planning on having, these eyes are a little elongated, so peripherally I should have pretty decent peripheral vision. The only problem I'm going to have with these eyes is up and down, like seeing above me and seeing below me. That's really what the problem is. But seeing around me, I should actually be fine. We'll have to see. No pun intended. We'll have to see. I actually got inspired by a fursuit head that I saw that actually did this. And allegedly, you can see just fine out of it. But, this is what kind of prompted Kitsukai, because I really like the idea of just, I don't know, it's a cool idea. It was really cool when I seen it, and I was just like, wow, I want to make a fursuit like that. And so, therefore, here we are. Here we are. Let's see. Definitely going to darken it up right around in the groin area. There we go. Again, just a touch of shadow. Just a touch. Of darker shadow, anyways. I don't need to really do anything there. Nah, that's good. Real basic stuff. I do see where we need to actually add a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Happens. I think overall, the shade-wise, not too bad. Again, there's a lot of light here, and I don't want to go too dark or anything like that. Just the basics. Just the basics. So now that we got our 2 shade layers, now we're going to do actual highlights. And we create another layer, clip it, just like before. First thing we're going to do is get our base layer. We're going to color match it using the eyedropper tool, so that way we can color match. And then now we're going to increase the lightness by about 20%. We'll never go completely white. We never go completely white. We never go completely black. It just doesn't exist. So now what we're going to do is we are really going to make sure that the things that are in the light, we get that colored in. And since the light is kind of like a beaming down on an angle, we just need to make sure that these parts are covered. Let's see. know if I want to do that or not. Nah. Yeah, that'd be fine. I like that. There we go. That's good stuff. That's good stuff right there. And don't you worry. We have more cool things coming very soon. More cool stuffs. Yes, yes. But as you can see, this level of shading and highlighting and stuff, it's very simple. There's really nothing to it. No, that wouldn't be right. No shining like that. Sometimes you just gotta practice with shines too, and see if it makes sense or not. I mean, he's really not got. I mean, he's got very skin tight fur, but I don't think he's gonna have that wet skin look. So, yeah. Now this. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Probably best to use a lasso tool here. I think we need to meet up with the fingertips. Yeah, there we go. And if you have any questions why I form my shadows the way I do, just let me know. I mean, in the great grand scheme of things, to already answer the question you may have, it's just I am enacting on the shape that already exists. So in saying that, this shape is like this, right? And so when I shade, I essentially kind of go with that shape where there's more muscle, there's more things happening here, so therefore there should be more light involved with this versus something that's smaller down there. again, it's just kind of like knowing shadows and stuff, and even what I'm doing isn't like the best job or the most correct way to do this. It's just simply believable. That's it. That's all there is to it. Like I said, some of this work that we're doing is going to suffer a little bit to us having to do different colors and stuff, but needless to say, I like doing this because then I can just already have the feeling excuse me, of what I want and need to do. I think this is going to be more. No, I think that's fine. We'll do something what's called gradient. Now, anime does do this, and this is what we're about ready to do. We have two more things to do for the base coat of Kitsukai here, and that is we need to do a gradient shade and a gradient highlight, which uses pure black and pure white. Oh no, he said not to use pure white and pure black. What is he doing? Well, the way that we do the gradient shade, we actually use the airbrush tool. And the airbrush tool actually doesn't really, apply pure black. It just applies essentially a shade of it. And so what we're going to do to explain this and show this, we're going to create another layer. And we're going to clip that layer to blue, making our sequence. Now we're going to click the airbrush, make sure we're on the soft brush setting. And then we're going to increase that brush size pretty exponentially because this is going to be a more wide area spray here. Get pure black. And just to prove my point, see, that's not pure black, right? You have to keep going over top of it multiple times before you start getting to pure black. So as far as gradients are concerned, anime, they'll just do a touch. Just do a touch. Nothing crazy. Just enough to give the shadows the illusion of softness. I might actually need to do a bigger brush there. It is just a, yeah, there we go, perfect. Just a quick swipe here and there. That just adds a little bit more depth to these already made shadows. And I mean, you can already tell the difference, and it's, it's nothing crazy, but it's still there. Use our selection tool for this right here. It'll actually select, because these are hard shadows, right? They're hard shadows, so it will automatically select just that, and it won't go past that. So that's a great tool to use. We're going to take that airbrush and just do a few quick swipes just to give that extra little darkness and depth. We can also what we call like hard stopping the soft. Let's see here if we can do this better. Yeah. And so therefore we can't actually get outside of the range that we want to be in. Granted, I didn't do a good job of that. That's fine. We'll just redo it. Because obviously the only place where this belongs is in shadowed areas. this will be fine. And this is also another reason why we create another layer for these particular things, because we can go ahead and erase those mistakes that we may have made like that, and we're not affecting any of the other shade work that we've already done. Now, create another layer, clip below, airbrush. Now we're going to do pure white. And so we're going to go back over these things that have the brightness on it and do a quick swipe just to give a little bit of glow. Maybe do a little bit there. There we go. And again, anime does do this. They do absolutely do gradients like this. A little bit on the chest. There we go. It's fine there. Gradients, however, when we're talking about like animation, like actual cartoons and episodes and stuff, either the gradients don't exist or the gradients are used in still scenes, like with the characters just standing there and like they pan the camera up or something like that, you'll see gradients. You just have to look for them. And only anime that really just want to go over the top will have gradients during their action scenes. I really can't think of one off the top of my head that does that. I don't want to also give misinformation, so I'm not even going to guess which animes might even have that. If I were to make an educated assumption, I think Demon Slayer, I believe, does this. Goblin Slayer also. And most of the new animes, because just the artwork that they do and the animation that they do, they put so much damn effort into it, and it's just crazy. It's just crazy, absolutely crazy. Let's see here. All right. Let's see. So that's basically it as far as shading is concerned. That was what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 layers of shading. It's nothing, crazy. Now, as far as this goes, like I said, this whole creature is this whole fursona of mine is covered in one layer of quote unquote color. Just to give you an idea, because obviously we're gonna have to change this. We're going to have to do a lot more work, right? We're not done. But just to let you know how this shading works to color something like this and use what's called gradient coloring in the grayscale. So once you're done with this whole thing here, we're going to... I don't know. And let's see. This is also something I had to retrain myself. We have to merge the selected layers. So we went and clicked on all the layers that are involved here. Right click on any of them, doesn't matter which one, and go to merge selected layers. So now we have just one singular layer that has everything that we've done on it. Right? Okay. Now we're going to take... first, let me go ahead and save this. It's been a while since I saved. We go to edit, tonal correction, and pay attention to Kitsukai. Sorry, Kitsukai. Man, I'm forgetting my own damn name. Pay attention to Kitsukai, and when I select gradient map, what happens? As you noticed, he gotten much darker. And the reason being is because when you do the gradient mapping, it automatically adjusts with this up here, this bar up here. Well, we're not going to use that. We are actually going to be using the sky gradients. We could do somber shades. We could do all sorts of stuff. And you can even create your own. But I like to use what's already there because then I can just manipulate the colors as I want. So when we decided on a color for Kitsukai, we actually used night sky. And as you see here, it's already populated, you know, the shadows with a different color. Everything's colored already. Like, it's just automatic coloring. It's wonderful. So how do we get that shade? Well, we're just gonna have to play with the colors. I don't actually have a easy, like, oh, you just click this button here and it just makes everything the same color. I don't know what to say. I know how to get there, or at least close to. So we go back to tonal correction by going to edit, tonal correction, then we go to hue, saturation, and luminosity. We get this bar up here, of which then we can actually change the saturation. We can change the brightness, make it darker, make it brighter. We can make it more, we can make it any color we want, red, orange, the things, right? I had to back out of that because I have to be pretty particular. Now, granted, we're not going to keep this. This is just, I'm just trying to teach on how to color in grayscale. And so if we want to match this as close as possible, first and foremost, I know we have to take the saturation down a little bit. Probably somewhere around there. Luminosity-wise, it's fine. And then as far as the blue color itself, we just adjust these values just a little bit. Probably something around there. That's about Kitsukai's color, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. And actually, if I was really smart, I would take a picture of this or a screenshot this. So that way, every time I made an iteration of Kitsukai, I know that I go to Edit, Gradient Map, Dark Sky, Edit, Tonal Correction, Hue, Saturation, Luminosity, and I will just type these values in and I'll get the same color every time. But of course, as I said, we are in the experimental phase. Maybe I want something different. But nonetheless, this is basically how I would color his fur. His base coat of fur. And then, obviously, we're going to be doing this for every single color change on Kitsukai. And therefore, we will individually take his face mask, his white coloration of dots, the inside of his ears, his under fur, all the fur transitions and everything like that. We will change all of those colors doing grayscale work like we just did. I think it's phenomenal. I think it's stupid easy. It's simple. It requires not a whole lot of complexity or knowledge to do it. And you get exactly what you want. Because I can make a purple fox. I can make a red fox. I can make a green fox if I want to. Hell, man, I can do whatever I want. You can change those colors however you wish. So, but in the meantime, we are going to go back. I think at this point in time, it is okay to merge all those layers. There is nothing that I'm going to be doing that I believe is going to need to be altered. Excuse me. Had a yawn in me. So I don't see any problem with merging them. A smart thing to do would be to not merge them and simply create a folder and call it base or whatever you want. Whatever's going to just, remind yourself. Base. And then you just select all of these and put them in the folder and then collapse the folder so that way you have all those layers and they're out of the way. Now, and I say real, other ways of doing this, of course, would be with actual color, right? We would actually pick a color and then we would, fill it in, whatever, and then we would take a darker version of that color, and then we would shade it, and that's the traditional way of doing this stuff. I just find it complex to do that because you could possibly go off here too much, and then the color is too dark, and then oh no, it's too light, and that doesn't really match up with this, and you're fooling around a lot with getting the right color shade. Versus if you just go all the way to the left, it doesn't matter. It's always going to be the color and shade that you want it when you do your gradient maps. Just keep it as simple as possible. So from here on out, we are going to be creating layers on top of the base folder because, as you've seen, obviously we need to be able to color on top of what is there. And a good thing to do is to just simply take that off, unsee that base color, so that way you can fill. Maybe it won't pay attention to it. We'll see. No, it will. It will pay attention to it. So you don't run into this, right? This right here, it just takes time, and you also can run into a lot of just nasty grains that you're going to have to go back through and fix and all sorts of stuff. So it's best just to simply get rid of the layer or of the base coat and work on the thing that you want to do your coloring with. So that being said, I want to work on the insides of the ears. I do want to work with the base coat though, because this is a nice color. It's kind of midway, but it's not too dark, it's not too bright. We might darken it up just a little bit. There we go. And since I've already shaded everything, right, like I said, you're probably thinking, oh, this is a little bit of redundancy because now you're going to have to go back and shade it again, right? Well, when I do my entire base coat, I can go back and reference what I did, how I did it, why I did it, so on and so forth. And then I can translate that back to my... excuse me. I can translate that back to these parts that are going to be differently colored. And so in saying, what I can do is take my lasso tool, and I know that I made a shade like this, right? This is also obviously very loose, but just in saying, I can just trace back over my shade and then get rid of that, go back to my layer, and then color it in. See? So a little bit of redundancy, but when we're working with multiple colors, and I think furries are probably the hardest thing ever, because when you deal with humans, the hair and skin are completely different sections of the body. And so I can just do what I just did and then go on to something else, and it's a completely different section. With furries, I can't do that because the entire body is fur. The whole body is fur. But furries aren't just one color. They're multiple colors. And so you have to go through and do what I'm doing and section off those areas to even work on. So it's definitely a lot different. Way, way different than what I'm used to. I don't, definitely different. That's all I have to say. Okay, so now we're going to do something. We can do multiple ways here if we want to. We can do a layer lock, but since I've been training on the whole new layer and lock to, clip to layer below, we're just going to keep doing that. We're not going to stray away from that. So, we have our base color. We're going for our first shade. Drop down the shade just a little bit. And then just kind of go down. That's it. Actually, I don't know. You can give me your personal opinion, Uzi and Ebony, if you're still here. Um, you know, do you think that shading is something that kind of would scare you with art? Maybe that's one of the things like you just why you've never done art before or don't want to do art is because of the shading aspect. Kind of curious. Kind of curious. Yes. Ebony says yes. Uzi says yes. Um, but as saying, watching me do this shading, do you think that you could possibly do something like this now? Now I don't know if I made it seem easy to do or if I made it seem harder to do. Uzi says shading scares me, but it wouldn't stop me. Cool, 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 cool. There have actually been quite a few art projects that I refused to shade because I was too afraid of messing it up. Especially if you're working with a scene or something that has multiple light sources. Multiple light sources, like let's just say you have the moonlight, but you also have street lamps and stuff like that. When you get into multiple shades of lighting, that can be intimidating. But I like to use just single light sources. Every now and then I'll work with another light, but it's more of an accent light, and so the light doesn't go very far. Uh, we you know what? We'll do that with this too. With the whole holding something in his hand, or maybe he'll have like a little bit of a flame over here or something like that. We can work with an ambient light. They're actually pretty easy. It's just like how far do you want that light to go? But needless to say, I think shading scares a lot of people, and so you mostly end up with characters that are very flat and just have basic colors, no highlights, no shading, just just fill the paint bucket and then you're done. All right. So we pretty much did the ears. Simple. And it's also nice when you take the shading section by section like this. It makes it way less overbearing because now I'm just focused completely on that ear, do a little gradient right there, do a little gradient right there. Boom, we're done. Look at that. Isn't that nice? And it took no effort. Ebony says, I still wouldn't do any art of Ebony myself. I always leave that to the people doing commissions. Well, and that's nice too, and that's good to some degree as far as like business, right? Um, you basically have created a business for someone, and that artist is always going to be appreciative of you because they know that you're going to come back and see them and ask for work to be done and so on and so forth. But I think art in general can be a scary adventure, and it does take time to learn these techniques. I don't think I make anything look easy. I just do stuff, in my personal opinion, that's the easy way. The easy way to do something. I don't like stressing over stuff, and as you've seen here, I just made a couple swipes with my airbrush tool and I'm done. I know that the deeper that you go inside of an ear, well, the darker it gets. It's like a cave. So that's why I put shading right there, because we can't put any light down there. And of course, this ear is facing away from the light, so it gets a little extra dark. And then that's it. The ears are done. And then, of course, like I said, the gradient shading or the gradient coloring, we go to edit. We would need to merge these real quick. So merge the selected layers. So now we just have our ears done. And we can bring our base back. So now the base, this is on top of the base that we've done, of which we've actually even changed the shading of what we did over the base. In my personal opinion, what we just did looks a lot better. And then we would do edit, tonal correction, gradient map. We would do a somber shade red. Look at that. Look at that. It just colored it for me. I don't have to worry about anything because I did all of my shading and stuff and the computer and the program knows what colors need to go where. And then, like I said, with the base, then that means the tonal correction for the base. We would need to merge these, but that base would be underneath the ears. But yeah, that looks fantastic. That is really nice. That is good coloring. And the funny thing is, I didn't color anything. I just did shades. All I did was the shade. I didn't even put any highlights. It's just that base coat works really well. So I didn't even use any white, nothing. Just black. Just black and 50 Shades of Grey. 50 Shades of Grey. This is the artistic version of 50 Shades of Grey. Oh boy. It is good to name these though, because you are going to have a lot of these layers. So I'm just going to say inner ear. Inner. So now I know that this layer is the inner ear for coloring purposes. But yeah, this is what we're trying to achieve. I mean, to me, this is professional level of artism, of artistry, and you know, I do myself a little bit of disservice by saying this, because this is clearly a learned thing to do. This is a skill, but it is simple. It is the simplest way to do this stuff. It looks great, and it's going to look great. It's going to look wonderful. And I think these techniques are just something that anybody, if they get into art, should learn this. And it's just good stuff. Good stuff all the way around. So we did the inner ear. We clearly can just go backwards a little bit, because all we did was just hit the gradient color. So now we're going to create another layer. Let's rename that though. Inner ear. Now we're going to do the face mask. So take that base off. Although I am going to match this color here. I try to match the base color as much as possible when I'm doing coloring and everything, because that's the light gradient that I chose. But I mean, you can make it whatever you want. I can make the face color very dark. It's just try to hang around this middle area, because you want to go up in steps when you do lights, and you want to go down in steps when you're doing your darks. And if you start somewhere really dark, well, you ain't got much left to go before you are not really showing much of a difference in shading. So try to stick in the middle as best as possible. Alright, so let's get rid of the base. And now we're going to just do the face mask. Make sure it's all colored in. And really, it is nice to have different shades of gray when you are doing different colors, quote unquote, different colors around your art, because now the face mask actually naturally looks different than the base coat. And so therefore, even in grayscale, this looks good. And coloring it is just going to be easier. And again, we will also learn those lessons from the shading that I did here. I just need to translate that over. Okay, take that off. There we go. I did that on the inner ear layer. Did not mean to do that. I didn't mean to do it. Okay. There we go. Good stuff. Erase that right there. Very nice indeed. Yes, very nice. And now go back to base. The base layer. Turn that on. Turn off the face mask layer, so that way we can trace the shadow that we want. Oops. That way everything matches up. Just trace that shadow as best as possible. And then come back around because nothing else is going to be touched, right? Then all we need to do is select a little bit darker of a color. And boop. There you go. Now, we have went outside of the zone here. Well, what we can do to fix that is go back and then hit lock transparent pixels. Just hit this lock button here. And then we're going to fill it again and watch what happens. Nothing goes outside the lines. So we have officially kept the shade line that we chose. And, you know, now we just need to, we'll unlock it. Right? Unlock it. Now, granted, that's one way to do it, right? That way you can keep everything on the same layer, is to lock that layer and just do all these shades and stuff like that I've been doing. I just kind of wanted to show like another way you could do this type of cell shading stuff, and that's through layer locking. And then what I would do from here would be choosing that darker color, and then going here, and of course, as you see, it won't go off over here. If I unlock it, now I can go off over here. That's the point of locking that layer when you color it. The only downside to this, of course, is if I want to erase. Let's just say I'm like, oh man, I made this too big. Well, I have options, right? The first option is, well, I can erase it. Well, if I erase it, I potentially am erasing the rest of the stuff that I just did. So, but if I created a whole separate layer, I would only be erasing this and not the rest of the face mask. You can also just simply color match the shade that it's going on top of, and then just draw it down, right? And then just draw on top of that dark shade and just minimize it. Ebony says, "All right, I'm going to go going to get something for dinner and get ready for a late shift. Happy to see that it's coming along really well, but for now, bye." Ebony, you take care. Enjoy your eats. Have a good work day. Hopefully, I will have this thing fully colored by the time that you see it next time. So, take care. Enjoy your day. So yes, you have that ability to just lock that layer, and you don't have to worry about adding a layer, drop to layer below, adding a layer, drop to layer below, and then merging them afterwards. Like I said, there's so many different ways to do this stuff. So many different ways. And then we're going to reference our base, and yeah, we're pretty much on target with that base there. Let's see, let's finish up that right there, and then we're going to take the soft one and just go whoop, and then the bright one and go whoop. Ooh, it's a little bit too much of a whoop. There we go. And then we're going to match this over here. Let's see. Actually want to match this guy right there. Yep. And again, it doesn't have to be the exact shadow. It just needs to line up with everything. Just needs to line up, that's all. Because in the reality of things, you know, I have that this highlight mark here, right? I can change it now, because that base layer is never going to show up again with this mask being on top of it. So we can go to that really light layer, or this light color here that we chose earlier, and just whoop, do whatever. And let's see. Yeah, it's pretty good. So still a completely different mark, but it's all right. It works. It do. It do. It do. It do. Okay. So that should be the face mask. And we're going to unlock it. I'm just going to put mask. And so just to test all this out real quick, inner ear, edit, tonal correction, gradient map, somber shade red. And then mask, edit, tonal correction, gradient map. We're going to do sky effects, and we're going to do sunset dark. And there you go. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. And that is how we are going to color Kitsukai. That is how we are going to do it. All right. So we got the mask. Now let's do the eyes and nose. Pretty simple stuff. I mean, we're not really going to do a whole lot there, but eyes and nose. Eyes and the nose. And these are going to be mostly black. Mostly. Not quite though, but mostly black. Because there's still going to be some shade. There's not going to be any shading really with the eyes. But with the nose, we are going to have a little bit of shading. Okay. Layer lock. Now we're going to go pure black. I know. Crazy, I told you not to, but here we are. And just do the very edge outside of the nose. And then we are going to choose a lighter color here for the highlights, of which, of course, the nose has a little bit of shine to it, right? A little bit of shine to this nose. Nothing crazy. In fact, I think that might be a little too much shine. Yeah, that's back. There we go. That's good stuff. We might do the rim right here a little bit. Yeah, that'll work. I like that. And then that's pretty much it. Not going to recolor it or anything. That is it. Next, we're going to do the face mask teardrops and stuff, the white colors, spots. New layer. Call this white spots. Oops. White spots. Okay, so now we're going to need the, we're going to color these real quick. Be hard to tell, but they are being colored. Alright, so now we'll go back to the base, right? So now we have our stuff there. And all we really need to do is just simply follow that shade line there. And then take the just the color shade that it is, and just put that in there. Essentially. Obviously, we need to layer lock, and then we'll put it in there. There we go. Better. This is pretty much all the same solid color. This might not change a whole lot because really, again, this is white, so these shades may very well stick. We'll have to see. We might still do some gradient stuff. All experimental, very experimental. I don't think I've actually shaded Yeah, I haven't shaded the white spot at all on any of my heads there, so yeah. So this is the first time of actually shading white. Other than that, not much to do with that. That's pretty much done. Take this base coat back off. Oh, looks like we missed a spot. Let's unlock it. There we go. Relock it. Just go ahead and lock these, just in case. Just in case. Alright. Mask is done. Nose done. Eyes done. Spots done. Inner ears are done. Now. Oh boy. Now we need to do the underfur. So. This is underfur 1. Because we actually have 2 different colors of underfur that we have decided to do for Kitsukai. And, yeah. So, have at it, as they say. First thing we are going to do, though, we are going to put the base up. This is going to help us make sure that we are differentiating these color zones appropriately. So, underfur 1. We're going to take our lasso tool. Oh boy. This is going to be a little difficult, but that's fine. Let's make sure. Let's go ahead and stop right there. We're going to have to fix some things, so we're going to use a selection pen, and we want, oop, too much, to get down there. Yeah. Alright. Select more of the area that we want. This one's erase the selection, so we don't want anything going down there. That is the no-go zone. Do not go to the no-go zone. And since this is the underfur, we're going to go very light and hit there you go. There we are. We have the first little bit of fur. The only problem is doing it this way is like I said, it's we can go outside the lines, and so we have to be careful. Just have to be careful. like I was saying, I don't really know of any easier way to do these separate layers of colors on a furry. Like I said, working on a human, completely different. Because humans have a lot of different sections. There aren't, like I said, their hair only is on the top of their head, or if they have a beard or something like that. And that's pretty much it. Let's see, so all of this would be the lighter color. We should be able to, at some point in time, just be able to simply select this area because it will find the hard border to these colors like that, right? And hit it, and there you go, you're good. But like I said, the issue with that is it just simply will just not select everything that you want. So sometimes just coloring it in by hand is the best way to go. Go ahead and erase that. Like I said, we're kind of just doing normal painting right now. It's always fun. Sometimes you never know what projects are going to be normal painting, and other projects you're just going to be able to get away with just fill and go. I said the furry stuff is most certainly new to me, and therefore, I don't really know what all to expect. But I understand that I probably am going to have to color this way when I do furry art. Just the simple fact of just the nature of a furry. Now, granted, I'm sure furry artists, those that are dedicated to furry art, can most certainly be like, "Oh, dude, you do this, and it's just cake." And then we are also going to do I don't know how you did that either. That's it's impressive, Uzi. You are an impressive person, figuring out how to do things that nobody else knows how to do. All right. I think the under portion is done. So now we need to get our shading taken care of. I'm gonna lock it. Pop, drop, lock it. Okay. Choose a little darker color. Looks like right about here. Boop. And then there. There we go. Boop. Damn. Throat's dry. Oh, that's not even the under fur. Dang. Did all that work for nothing. Alright, so just do this. Whoop. There you go. Some of the stuff is easy to replicate. There we go. I think that's all the underside area. Let's take a look. Yes. Now we just got to go a little bit darker and finish that shade. Those darker area shades. Oops. Oopsies. Alright, now we just need to do the super dark, which is whoop, and then whoop. There we go. And then we then need to do the brighter colors. Not pure white, but brighter. So let's find that. I mean, we might have to go pure white. We might have to go pure white. Alright, cool. Need to do ear tips. I always keep forgetting to do those. Ear tips. Ear tips. They're going to be really close to super black, so we're just going to do that. And then yeah. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Okay. We might give Kitsukai some black ear tips. Man, just keep giving myself more work to do. Love it. That's really cool. That looks really good. So now we're just going to lock it a little darker. Don't think there's necessarily any shading to do on this side, but this side, yes. There we go. And then highlight wise, there we go. Very nice indeed. A copyright symbol? Alright. You're just having too much fun over there, Uzi. Too much fun. But again, you are the one that said, "Can you actually have too much fun?" And I guess you know what? You're not having too much fun. You're having enough fun. All right, so ear tips are done. The next thing to do, I guess I could actually do with the eyes and nose. We could also do the nails because they're going to be same color, you know, super pretty much black. So let's get the nails taken care of here. We don't need to do anything special. We don't need to shade. We don't need to highlight. They are just the way they are. Don't need to worry about anything. We are going to get these beans, because I do have light gray silicone beans. I found its alt. Its alt trademark. That's great. Oh man, it's almost time for an afternoon nap. We're almost done though. I mean, we are there. We are practically there. We are only lacking one more underfur, and I think we're actually good. And then and coloring is gonna be real quick. It's the shading and stuff that always takes time, but if you think about it, if shading is coloring in this instance, then yes, of course it's gonna take time. As I would, you know, assume that it should if we were actually coloring this, of which of course we are. Oops, too big, too big. There we go. All right. Now we're doing the final underfur 2 in Tor. And like we kind of agreed, having like a darker color for this would be nice. So we're going to go with a darker color. Or darker shade just to differentiate the color. Of course, we can make it whatever color we want. Let's see if we can do a select tool. That's too much selection. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. I mean, what, give him fingerless gloves? In a form of fur? I don't know. It's an interesting idea, but I don't think we're going to go down that road. See, things that pop into your head when you're just trying to color. Just trying to color. And you're just like, oh, idea. I think if I was a little bit more feminine, like an actual female fox, that would be a cool idea for a female fox. Where her hands and stuff basically make like fingerless gloves. Let's see if we can make this a little easier on ourselves. That's a little easier. All right. All the things. Now we just need to verify shade and highlight lines. Go a little darker. First, need to make sure we lock this layer. There we go. Way too bright. Way too bright. There we go. All right. Well, I think we're ready to color. I think we're ready to color. Let's do it. Let's figure this out. So, base coat. Let's go ahead and merge these together. Let's see here. Merge selected layers. Then we're going to take them out of the base folder and delete that. And we'll just rename this base. There we go. Very nice, very nice. Alright, so edit, tonal correction and gradient map. Then we're going to do night sky. Did I select it? No, maybe not. Edit, gradient map. There we go, night sky. Ooh, fancy boy. Fancy, fancy boy. Hue, saturation, and tonal correction. That's about right. Alright, inner ear, edit, tonal correction, gradient map, go to somber shade red, don't have to do anything there. Mask, edit, tonal correction, gradient map, sky effect, I'll do sunset dark, sunset red, sunset. Ooh, sunset looks good, we just have to make it a different red color. So let's do sunset, I like that a lot. Edit, tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity. There we go. So nice. Very nice, very nice. Eyes and nose and all that, don't have to touch that. White spots, let's do edit. Tonal correction, gradient map. We're going to do sunrise bright. How about sunrise? I think stripe is probably the best way to go on that one. Under fur 1, edit, tonal correction, gradient map, sky, I think, yeah, we did the, is it midday? No, it's this one here, blue sky. And then all we're going to do is tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity, go tone it way up on the loom. I think that's about it. Looks like it may be a little darker blue color. That's about right. Alright, ear tips. Edit. Total correction, gradient map. I don't think we're going to change much on that. Yeah, those are fine the way they are. Underfur 2. Edit. Tonal correction, gradient map. Let's do night sky dark. Night sky purple. Night sky bright. Night sky. Do that, and then we're going to do hue, saturation, luminosity. So satch. Definitely tone that down a little bit. I think that's looking pretty good. And that is pretty much it. We got some more things to do. We have highlights to do and flashing, albeit it's not going to be a crazy amount of anything, but nonetheless. I think his mask needs to be just a little darker. Of saturating it. That should be alright. That should be alright. Okay, so now what we can do is a few things. We could do the detailed route, or we could do the simple route. And of course, if I have a choice, I'm going to go the simple route. So I'm going to merge every single one of these colors. Merge them all. Merge. And we're going to lock them into place. Actually, we don't need to lock. We're going to add a layer. Then we're going to clip that layer below. So everything we do is to that layer. This layer, we're going to do add glow. And now we're going to take the white tool here and just add some flash. Add some glow. It's a little too much on the chest there. A little much on that side too. Well, thank you, Uzi. Thank you. I think it looks great too. Just add that flash there. Flash of light where the light would be beaming on our boy. And then we can keep the same layer here for glow. And then what we're going to do is take some blue. Love the color blue. Love, love, love blue. And go all the way in the corner. I kind of do like a tealish blue. And then basically what we're going to do now is we're going to take the darkest shaded areas, such as this, and we're just going to give it a little bit of a blue touch. Just a little blue touch. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. I think I can go, yep, just like that. Let's do a little tiny brush, a little smaller brush. There we go. Yes. Let's go underneath the armpit here. And then we're going to get a little bit bigger brush size and just whoop. There we go. Do a little underarm flashing. And then do the palm flash. That might be a little too much. There we go. Just a little bit of flash there. It's fine. Flash on this end. Flash there. And essentially, that is a full body of Kitsukai. I think the colorations are good. I do like the idea of like the glove and boots kind of thing going on with the fur there. Definitely an interesting furry. But I like him. I like him a lot. Looks like he belongs in an anime. Wouldn't you agree? I could see him on an episode. Not sure what anime I would put Kitsukai in, but nonetheless, we'll put him in an anime. But yeah, coloring is just super simple once you just get the shading done, because then everything just gets taken care of for you. But yeah, I think we're doing good. I really do like the black tips on the ears. I know you can't really notice them too much, but you know, it's definitely fox-like. Everything is nice and crisp. All the shading is nice and crisp. Everything's crispy. Quispy! We like it crispy. The proportions I like. I like the proportions just fine. Definitely a cool guy. Cool guy. There's not many foxes or furries that can pull off a freaking mustache. This guy, he can do it. Absolutely. Alright, sweet. Well, I'm going to upload this to Club Furry on Facebook. That way everybody else there can see my progress on this guy. Upload to Instagram, of course. And and then, you know, all that good stuff. And hopefully, Uzi, you learned a lot through all of this. I mean, I'm doing my best to kind of show how I get to these processes, how I get to my final artworks. Let's see, I'm actually curious, because I haven't had the stream stop at all since starting back up again. And I know the last stream was 2 hours. And this one was 5 hours. So basically, in 8 hours, this is an 8-hour workday to do a full body of what I just did in the art style that I do it in, going from a wire frame that looks like nothing to a full-fledged character in a static dynamic pose. You know, I always am so satisfied once I get to actually see the end product, and it looks good. Looks good. That being said, I'm also going to get something to eat too. I am of the hungry. So I'm gonna have a lot of posting to do. Almost 6 hours. Got a lot of posting of things to do. Gonna get something to eat. Take my dog out. Do some stuff. Do human things. I know. And then I might come back on a little later, but we'll play some video games. So, Uzi, thank you. You're awesome. I really do appreciate your time. You've been here like the whole freaking time. That's amazing. Of course, appreciate Ebony coming in as well. And yeah, what a journey. We're the next thing we're doing, as far as what we're going to do next, we are going to do a sitting pose. That's going to be a lot. I don't want to say harder, just depends on what perspective we choose. But we're going to do a sitting pose next for this sheet of paper. And then we move on to clothing and dynamic poses and all sorts of stuff. All sorts of things. We are far, far from done on character creation. But thank you again. And anybody that sees this on YouTube, make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Tell me how I'm doing, how we're all doing. And needless to say, this is your host, Samurai Kit Kat, and you have yourself a good day. Peace!